Chapter 30, 570. Armor formed from Chaos Earth. Everyone was shocked. It was the aura of Chaos Earth. Rumor had it that these formations were formed by combining Chaos Earth, which was why they could block the death mist. Of course, armor formed from Wanton Earth could also block it. Yushurtia actually had such a treasure in her hands. Many people's eyes turned red. The other party could escape, but they could not. For a moment, these people turned their heads to look at the people from the Fiend planet. Yushurtia has already left. Let us go. That's right. We have no grudges. Yes, we still have to go to the second astral realm. I hope you can do us a favor, and let us go. Voices sounded one after another. These saints and prodigies did not want to be captured. They just wanted to settle the matter peacefully. Moreover, the person who the Fiend planet wanted to capture had already left. They should not make things difficult for them. However, the people from the Fiend planet in the sky laughed loudly. What a joke. Are these people from the first astral realm? They're pitifully naive. It was true that they had no grudges, but who said that there had to be a reason to attack them? Because you're weak. You deserve to die. Is that not allowed? The people on the island were stunned. Because you're weak. You deserve to die. To be honest, they had never thought that there would be such a thing. Of course, that was not rare. It was just that in the first astral realm, they were high and mighty existences. They could decide the life and death of others with a single glance. Now that they were here, they had become ants. Others could decide their life and death with a single glance. It was the first time they had experienced that feeling. Therefore, for a moment, these people were stunned. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Immediately, a few young masters could not hold back. They were also geniuses of large families. They had come to the second astral realm to increase their strength. How could they be manipulated by others? Immediately, the terrifying laws of heaven and earth surrounded their bodies. Do you want to die? At that moment, another person walked out of the island. It was a black-robed man. When he took a step forward, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A group of black demons rushed out of his body, releasing a terrifying light. A large black hand reached out and enveloped the world. It directly slapped the resisting young masters into a bloody mist. Ah! Miserable cries sounded. The young masters roared angrily and shattered their souls to escape, but they were caught by the large black hand. Everyone felt their blood run cold. Who was this person? His strength was too strong. No matter what, those young masters were saints of the first heaven. But at this moment, they were like ants, unable to resist at all. Was this the strength of the Fiend Star? He was really too strong, so strong that they were terrified and in despair. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. It was him. He could tell that he had seen that person before. Previously, at the banquet, he had seen two extremely mysterious people. One of them was a pale-faced man who was later confirmed to be the Vermilion Bird Palace Master, who had been revived. The other person was this black-robed man. At that time, he had felt that the other person's aura was very powerful. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. This person should be from the demon planet as well. He should be the person who was following Yushurtia. Lin Xian thought. Merciless Tyrant sneered. There is only one outcome for anyone who dares to oppose our Fiend planet. Death. Who else wants to die? Step forward. Seeing how powerful this black-robed man was, the others all felt their scalps go numb. Right now, their lives were truly in the hands of the Fiend Star.
What do you want?
The elders on the Milky Way also gritted their teeth and roared. It's very simple. This island belongs to the Fiend Star. All of you will obediently follow us back to the Fiend Star. We can spare your lives. Everyone went crazy and followed the other party back to the Fiend Star. Wouldn't they become the other party's slaves? Just as everyone was in a daze, the elders on the Milky Way roared angrily. Run. They also soared into the sky. The elders on the Milky Way all fled. The people on the Fiend Star sent people to chase after them. Merciless Tyrant said coldly, "Take over the island and the people on it. Take all their things. They are all our spoils of war. Whoever dares to resist will be killed without mercy. If they dare to join forces to resist, we will destroy the island and let them all die in the fog of death. I will chase after you, Shurchia." After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and left. Everyone went crazy. Shurchia had left, and the people on the Milky Way had also left. Only they were left. How could they escape? They didn't have the chaotic soil, so they couldn't leave. "I submit. Please, spare my life." Some people didn't have such a strong backbone and immediately surrendered to the Fiend Star. This seemed to be contagious. After the first person surrendered, more people quickly fled. None of the 3 million elites dared to resist. "Very well. Hand over your storage rings obediently. Also, keep this chain on you. We won't kill you." The people of the Fiend Star stepped forward. Everyone had no choice. In order to save their lives, they could only obey. In the crowd, Lin Xian frowned. The Northern Direwolf and the Dark Red Dragon's expressions also became incomparably ugly. "Kid, what should we do? Are we really going to become their slaves? How could we become their slaves?" There was no way Lin Xian would surrender. He said telepathically, "Although we don't have the chaotic soil, we still have some trump cards in our hands. We might be able to resist them." Hearing that, the Dark Red Dragon and the Northern Direwolf nodded. However, they were not careless at all. Whether or not this trump card could block the death mist was another matter altogether. However, they knew what they had to do. In particular, Lin Xian had too many secrets on him. If he was captured by the people of the Fiend Star, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive. He would probably be sliced into pieces, so he had to leave. "You want to escape? How dare you send a voice transmission? Can you leave?" Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from behind them. Not good. The voice transmission was heard. How is that possible? Lin Xian and the other two's pupils constricted. Such a situation had never happened before. However, they didn't expect the people of the Fiend Star to have such powerful souls. They directly received their voice transmission. It was too unbelievable. "Let's go." They soared into the sky and turned into 3 streaks of light. "You want to leave? Can you leave?" An old man sneered. He held a black bug in his hand. The black bug was very strange. It had a long ear on its back. It was this bug that had heard Lin Xian's voice transmission. It should be a mutated creature that specialized in eavesdropping on soul voice transmissions. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, the people of the Fiend Star attacked. One of the sages took out a large black net that carried a cold aura. Chapter 30, 571. Not good. In an instant, Lin Xian and the other 2 were enveloped. "Don't hold back," Lin Xian shouted. Sword chi erupted from his body and shot into the sky, hitting the black net. The sword chi trembled, and the black net trembled. However, it was not damaged. How is that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. The North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon were also stunned. They also launched shocking attacks, but they did not tear the net apart. "Catch him." Those people rushed over. Lin Xian shouted angrily, "Ruffian Dragon, come over here." As he spoke, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda, and a wisp of astral fire flowed out. The astral fire flowed out, and a crack immediately appeared on the black net. Lin Xian rushed out. The Dark Red Dragon and the North Demon followed closely behind. However, in the next moment, they were hit by a golden bracelet, and the 2 of them fell from the sky. "It's the Universe bracelet." "Not good, kid, run." "That should be a replica of a sacred artifact. It's very terrifying. Don't get hit by it." Black Mountain quickly transmitted his voice. The Dark Red Dragon and the North Demon also roared angrily. "Kid, run."
Run.
"Yes, we're not ordinary either. They won't kill us. When the time comes, go to the Fiend Planet to look for us. All right, you 2 must protect yourselves. I'll go find you." Lin Xian also let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He knew that he could not delay any longer, or he would not be able to leave. Moreover, he believed that with the Dark Red Dragon and the North Demon's bloodline talent, they would be valued even if they went to the Fiend Planet. He thought that his life would not be in danger. He turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. You want to leave? The middle-aged man sneered and threw out the diamond bracelet again. It was a bracelet that flickered with golden light. There were runes all over it. It was a very terrifying sacred artifact. According to Black Mountain, it was a replica. The real diamond bracelet was rumored to be able to knock out everything. Its effect was similar to the white monkey's claws. The diamond bracelet quickly shot toward Lin Xian. It arrived in front of him in an instant and was about to hit him.
Boom!
Lin Xian roared and swung the annihilation spear. With a clink, it struck the diamond bracelet and sent it flying. At the same time, he used the Kun Peng movement technique and tore open the void. Did he escape? The middle-aged man put away the golden bracelet. His face was full of surprise. There was actually someone who could block his attack. This kid was not simple. But it didn't take long for him to laugh coldly. So, what if he's formidable? This fellow is only a person who boarded the ship, so he probably doesn't have any chaotic soil on him. There's no need to pursue him at all. Once he entered the fog of death, he would definitely die. The other people on the fiend planet also sneered. Indeed, no matter how powerful that kid was, he wouldn't be able to escape the death fog. Therefore, they all turned their gazes away and ignored him. As for the others, their faces were filled with shock. Lin Wuti had escaped. However, could Lin Wuti avoid the death fog? Could it be that a prodigy of the generation was going to fall just like that? They shook their heads and sighed. Soon, they were no longer in the mood to care about Lin Wuti. They couldn't even protect themselves now. Lin Xian left the Milky Way, turned into a stream of light, and instantly flew into the distance. However, as soon as he came out, he felt a cold aura that seemed to want to devour him. He felt that his vitality was about to be sucked away. Not good, this was the death fog. He was so frightened that he hurriedly used his divine body. Billions of rays of light bloomed, and he was like a golden war god. However, the result didn't change at all. He discovered that his vitality was still flowing away. If there was no other way, he would soon become a pile of bones and completely rot. Was this the death fog?
It was too terrifying.
Even his divine body couldn't resist it? No wonder no one dared to trespass here, unless they had chaotic soil. However, Lin Xian really didn't have such a thing. He snorted coldly, and the dragon's sword soul in his body roared. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi surged out, forming a sword domain that enveloped him. The dragon sword soul could destroy everything, so it should be able to destroy this death fog. As expected, his guess was right. He could feel that the life force in his body was slowly weakening.
Soon it stopped.
The great dragon sword's spirit blocked the death fog, but soon, he began to worry. Although the dragon sword's soul was powerful, there was too much death fog. Moreover, he had to use the dragon sword's soul with all his strength to resist it. In this way, his flying speed was very slow. Who knew how big the death fog was? If he flew for a year and a half, he would be exhausted to death. Once his strength was exhausted, he wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Moreover, there were pursuers behind him. Thinking of this, he was bewildered. He turned his head and found that no one was chasing after him. What was going on? Didn't the people from the demon planet chase after him? On second thought, he understood. These people probably thought that he couldn't survive in the death fog. Therefore, they didn't even bother to chase after him. Thinking about it, even the nine-yang divine body couldn't resist it. If it weren't for the dragon's sword soul, he would have died in the death fog. However, this time, the people from the demon planet miscalculated. He could still survive. He took a breath and asked, "Black Mountain, do you have a way?" Black Mountain said, "The death fog is very powerful, but the dragon's sword soul is even more magical. If you are strong, like a great sage like me, you shouldn't be afraid of the death fog. Of course, even if you are a saint venerable, you can enter and exit the death fog at will with the help of the dragon's sword soul. But now, you are only a first heaven saint.
You are too weak."
Lin Xian's face turned black. "I didn't call you here for you to lecture me. Do you have a way or not?" He said, "There is a way. You can only use the Great Sage Pagoda. However, The great sage's sacred artifact should be able to resist the death fog.
Buzz.
Lin Xian took out the great sage pagoda and directly entered it. Then, he controlled the great sage pagoda and turned into a stream of light and left. Black Mountain was right. The great sage pagoda was indeed able to resist the death fog. The great sage pagoda was left behind by the space-time great sage. It was a great sage artifact that surpassed ordinary sacred artifacts. It was not surprising that it could resist the death fog. There were probably not many great sage artifacts in the world. Therefore, it was unheard of for Lin Xian to have a great sage artifact. However, Lin Xian did not have it easy. Since the great sage pagoda was a great sage artifact, it consumed too much energy to activate it. Even though Lin Xian was a peerless genius, it was not easy for him to control the great sage pagoda. He had to fly for a while and then stop. The most important thing was that he didn't know the direction. He could only choose a direction and bite the bullet and fly. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to see if he could meet other bewilderment fog ships and then follow them from afar. The following days were more difficult. Lin Xian controlled the great sage pagoda while enduring the burning of the starry sky flames. After all, there was a lot of starry sky flames in the pagoda. Although most of them had been used, there was still some left to temper the black earth. There was still some left. Although he had pulled away from the starry sky flames, the scorching temperature still made him grimace. He knew that this was also a kind of cultivation. Sure enough, his physique had strengthened during this period. However, this pain was not something that anyone could endure. Chapter 30, 572. Lin Xian did not expect that Yushirchia would cause such a commotion. Not only was he forced to leave the Milky Way, but he was also separated from the Dark Red Dragon and the North Demon. He could not find the way to the Emperor II Astral Realm. Hopefully the North Demon and the North Demon were fine. Lin Xian sighed and continued flying. The days were very boring, but a month later, he was suddenly stunned. Black Mountain said, "Kid, there's a star ahead. Do you want to go and take a look?" There was a star world in the fog of death. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Impossible. How could this place be so terrifying that even a minor saint could not survive? Could it be that a group of sage kings lived there? It's not as exaggerated as you think. If there was a sage king of a world, the other worlds would not be able to survive. Black Mountain shook his head and said, "That's a dead world. There's no life in it. Do you want to go and rest?" All right. Lin Xian changed direction and flew towards the star world. At the same time, he asked, "What's up with this fog of death?
Do you know?
Black Mountain used to be a great sage, and a great sage from tens of thousands of years ago. Perhaps he knew the origin of this fog of death. However, Black Mountain shook his head. "I don't know. When I was alive, the fog of death already existed. This place is very strange. I don't know how it was formed, but the power of death is a headache even for sage kings. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here. Of course, it was unknown who discovered the chaotic earth that could resist the fog of death. Therefore, even if you were not strong enough, if you had the chaotic earth, you could still survive in the fog of death. Of course, even if you could survive, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, before coming here, you would take the huge fog ship." Black Mountain said that the fog of death was very dangerous. As for how it came about, no one knew. It was really mysterious. Lin Xian frowned. He continued to control the great sage pagoda. Gradually, he discovered that there was indeed a star world in front of him, but it was dim. Looking from this direction, the death world was broken. Many places had been directly corroded. The entire world was gray, without a trace of life. But for him, at least he had a place to stay, so Lin Xian flew towards the world of death. Landing on land, he heaved a sigh of relief. The entire ground was gray, and he even discovered that there were plants here, but they were also gray. Some of them were even black, which was the color of the fog of death. He walked out of the great sage pagoda and felt around. He found that the aura here was very cold, but he could still resist it. It wasn't like the death mist, which directly deprived him of his vitality. He let out a sigh of relief and put away the great sage pagoda. He found a place to sit down and began to recover his strength. 5 days later, Lin Xian's strength had recovered to its peak. Then, Lin Xian began to investigate his surroundings. Flying at a low altitude, Zhang Xian circled the area and found that other than some gray plants, there was not a single human or demonic beast in sight. Later on, he discovered some skeletons that were scattered all over the world. It seemed that this place used to have humans and demonic beasts in the past, but for some reason they all died later on. Black Mountain guessed that it might be because the death mist invaded a large area, so it directly deprived these humans and demonic beasts of their lives. As he was flying, Lin Xian's body suddenly trembled. As if struck by lightning, he fell down. With a boom, he landed on the ground. The powerful force crushed countless white bones. What was going on? Someone ambushed him. Lin Xian had goosebumps all over his body. He released his god body and scanned the area. Streaks of sword qi crisscrossed around him.
Who was it?
He didn't find anyone. He felt extremely strange. Was it a ghost that ambushed him just now? That power was too strong. Fortunately, his physique was strong, or this attack would definitely have torn him into pieces. Damn it, was there no one? Lin Xian began to search the area, but after a round of searching, he didn't find anything. It was safer for him. But in the latter half of the night, the surroundings fell into darkness. There wasn't even any light. Suddenly, he was hit again and was sent flying. The blood in his body was boiling. Lin Xian was completely enraged. Damn it, was it addicted? With a roar, the sword qi rushed through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A pair of golden eyes were like the eyes of a god, searching in all directions.
Buzz.
With a wave of his hand, 9 flaming divine feathers flew out of his body. These were the vermilion bird divine feathers used by the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. After he obtained them, he used the star fire to completely refine them. He destroyed all the soul imprints on them and then replaced them with his own soul imprints. The Vermilion Bird divine feathers were really good stuff. These were the feathers left behind by the real Vermilion Bird sacred beast. The 9 Vermilion Bird divine feathers were connected together like 9 divine swords under his control. They spread out in all directions. At this moment, he finally locked onto something with the heavenly secret god eyes. He blasted towards the ground. The ground was directly penetrated. The Vermilion Bird divine feathers were like a long dragon, roaring and hitting the thing. With a boom, the void shattered. Lin Xian appeared below. He saw that it was a bone. A gray bone in the shape of a human. After that thing was hit, it emitted a frightened soul fluctuation. It instantly tore through the void, trying to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let it escape? He had already found the other party. Controlling the Vermilion Bird divine feathers, the terrifying power of the 5 laws attacked in all directions, fighting with the gray bone. Finally, he fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. He tore that bone into pieces. Lin Xian roared. There was a dragon-shaped aura on the Vermilion Bird divine feathers that could destroy everything. The gray bone immediately became frightened. It sent out a soul fluctuation. Stop. Stop fighting. Let's make peace. Make peace. Lin Xian snorted, but at the same time, he was extremely shocked. The bone still had soul fluctuations. It didn't seem to be completely dead. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? You can't beat me, so you want to make peace? Do you think that's possible? That person said. I had no choice. I wanted to leave this place too much, so when someone came over, I subconsciously attacked. Now I admit that I can't beat you. I don't want to attack you. Don't try to kill me. I've been here for 5,000 years. I'm very familiar with this place. You can't kill me. Had he stayed there for 5,000 years? Lin Xian was stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes. How did you die? When you died, was there anyone in this world? What happened to turn this place into a world of death? Ka. The gray bone began to combine, forming a skeleton. It shook its head and made cracking sounds. There was a gray aura in its eyes. It said, "When I came, this place was already a land of death. There was no one. I was forced to come here. In the end, I was swallowed by the aura of death and became like this." How could you survive after being swallowed by the aura of death? Chapter 3573. I'm a Saint King, and I died here, White Bones said. Hearing this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Saint King? This was too shocking. However, Black Mountain sneered. No, he's not a Saint King at all. At most, he's a small saint. Lin Xian was also stunned after hearing this. He narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. Saint King, are you sure? Of course, I don't even know what my cultivation is. White Bones was stubborn. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? But why do I feel that you're just a small saint?
You found out.
White Bones was shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian snorted. It seemed that Black Mountain was right. The other party was indeed a small saint. Then what's going on? How could a small saint survive in the death fog? Did he have the chaotic soil? If he had that kind of thing, he wouldn't have died. The other party was now invaded by the death fog, but he wasn't completely dead. It was very strange. It seemed that the other party had a secret. Lin Xian continued. Tell me your secret. What secret? White Bones pretended to be stupid. Lin Xian said, It's impossible for you to block the death fog. How did you survive? I don't know either.
I just survived by chance.
I'm already a skeleton now. What secret can I have? If I really have a secret, I shouldn't have died. Kid, look at his skull. There's a problem. I don't think it's his own. Hearing Black Mountain's voice, Lin Xian looked up. Under the heavenly secret god eyes, he indeed saw a trace of difference. The other party's skull was indeed mysterious. It was different from the surrounding bones. However, it was covered by the other party. Ordinary saints couldn't see it at all. You don't want to say it, right? Do you think I won't know if you don't say it? Lin Xian probed. A big golden hand grabbed the other party's head. Damn it, what are you trying to do? White Bones roared. Starlight jumped out of its eye sockets to resist the golden hands. With a cracking sound, the starry gaze was smashed into pieces and the golden hand grabbed the opponent's head. He directly grabbed the skull and pulled it off.
Ah!
White Bones let out a miserable shriek. The moment the skull left, its body began to shatter, and its life force rapidly weakened. You can't treat me like this. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. He screamed crazily and begged for mercy. It seemed that without this bone, he had no strength at all. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he carefully examined the bone. He discovered that this bone was indeed very magical. It was very light in his hand, as if it was weightless. However, when he tried to break it with force, he discovered that the bone did not move at all. This was simply too inconceivable. He had a divine body and was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, he actually couldn't do anything to this bone. One could imagine that it was definitely extraordinary. Kid, look at the other side. Lin Xian flipped the bone over, and a shocking light appeared in his eyes. On the other side of the bone, there were countless black lines. Like Tao patterns, they were densely packed and formed one after another strange patterns. The eerie black pattern contained an aura of death, causing Lin Xian's hair to stand on end. What's going on? Why does it feel so similar to the aura of the mist of death?
Still not going to talk.
Lin Xian looked at White Bones. White Bones was lying on the ground, dying. He said, I'll talk. Please save my life. Lin Xian snorted and threw the bone to him. White Bones pressed on the skull, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief, as if he had recovered. You're right, I'm indeed a minor saint. When I first came here, nothing happened. The aura of death around me wasn't strong. However, on the third year, the star world was suddenly enveloped by the mist of death. I couldn't resist it at all. I kept rotting, and my life force was taken away.
I was so scared that I ran away.
Finally, I escaped to a place where I found this piece of bone. With this bone, I was able to survive in the fog of death. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. A bone could allow someone to survive in the mist of death. This was too unbelievable. Was this related to the chaotic land? He thought of this possibility, but soon shook his head. He had seen the chaotic land before. The two should have nothing to do with each other. What was even more strange was the black pattern on the back of the bone. It was very strange. He asked, "What are the black patterns on the bone? Did you carve them?" "I didn't carve them. They were on the bone in the first place. Moreover, this is the special part of the bone. It's the black patterns that allowed me to survive." "What's the secret of this patterns?" Lin Xian asked. "I don't know. I tried to draw the exact same Dao rune, but it was useless. It seems that only this bone is useful." White bones seemed to be really scared and didn't dare to hide anything. He said, "You should have felt it too. The black patterns on the bone are very similar to the aura of the mist of death. I guess that the two are of the same origin. So after I put this thing on, the mist of death thought that I was one of them, so it didn't attack me." "Of the same origin?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He asked again, "Where did you get this thing? Do you want to go to that place?" White Bone's heart trembled. It seemed to have thought of something terrifying. He said, "I can draw a map for you. You can go by yourself." "Map? Why don't you bring me theirs? You still want to play tricks?" A hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. White Bones knelt on the ground. "Big brother, don't kill me. I really don't want to die. That place is very strange. The last time I went there, I barely survived. I guess my good luck has run out. If you let me go there again, I will definitely die. If you don't go, I will kill you now." Lin Xian's killing intent became even colder. White Bones struggled for a long time and sighed helplessly. "Forget it. I can't hide. I have been at death's door for thousands of years. It's time to put an end to it. Let's go. I will bring you there. White Bones will lead the way." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He followed silently. Although most of what White Bones said was true, he was sure that White Bones was still holding back. So he was always on guard. The two of them shuttled through half of the world and seemed to have arrived at the other side of the world. Finally, Lin Xian saw a black shadow in front of him. It looked like countless black mountains. White Bones pointed ahead and said, "It's inside those mountains." When he said this, his bones were trembling.
He seemed to be very scared.
Lin Xian saw this scene and frowned. He asked, "What is inside that can make you so scared?" Chapter 3574. Lin Xian looked at this scene and frowned, but he didn't say anything. He waved his hand and led White Bones forward. White Bones braced itself and followed. Walking into the Black Mountain, the surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive and eerie. It was as if they had entered the fog of death. Lin Xian didn't feel his vitality being taken away, but he felt an indescribable suppression. White Bones followed closely behind, afraid that something would suddenly appear. Suddenly, Lin Xian stopped in front. White Bones bumped into Lin Xian with a bang. Its bones were about to fall apart, so it quickly took 2 steps back. "Why did you stop?" he asked carefully. Lin Xian said that there was a person in front.
"What?"
"There was a person." White Bones trembled. Lin Xian turned around. "Didn't you come here before? Didn't you say that there was no one here?" White Bones was scared when Lin Xian saw it. It quickly said, "There really isn't anyone here. Let me see what that is." White Bones finally walked out from behind Lin Xian and looked forward. The next moment, it heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's not a person. That person already existed when I came here. We'll know when we walk over. You walk in front. Don't try to play tricks." Lin Xian said coldly. White Bones had no choice but to lead the way. They walked forward. Sure enough, when they reached the front, Lin Xian found it. Indeed, it couldn't be a person. To be precise, it wasn't a living person. It was a dead person. That person stood there without any breath. Moreover, The flesh and blood on his body had long disappeared. Only bones and human skin were left. There were many small scales on the human skin. Even if this thing was alive, it wasn't a human but a demon. Those who could come here were definitely not ordinary. They were at least saints, or even minor saints. However, they were dead. And it seemed that they died because their vitality was sucked dry. It was a strange thing. "Let's go. Bring me to the place where you found White Bones," Lin Xian said. White Bones could only bring him through the mountains. Finally, they arrived at a ravine. There were many bone fragments. White Bones pointed at the ravine and said, "This is where I found this bone." "Here?" Lin Xian looked around and waved his hand. His huge soul entered the ravine and began to search. Soon he retracted his soul. He didn't find anything special. At this moment, a lot of gray fog rushed out from the ground and swept in all directions. Feeling this chi, Lin Xian's tea, death fog. Lin Xian, death fog, you dare to deceive me. He grabbed White Bones' head, and White Bones trembled in fear. "No, I definitely didn't trick you. I didn't know what's going on. There was no death. Lin Xian scoffed and quickly retreated with White Bones. The aura of death around them began to spread, but fortunately, there were not many of them. Lin Xian's body was covered with sword chi, forming a sword domain. It shrouded him, and he set off towards the place where there was no death fog. After flying for a while, Lin Xian came to a stop, because something strange appeared in front of him again. A palace appeared in front of him. It was a black palace. It was tall, cold, and evil. He realized that the palace was built with stones. The stones were very similar to the stones in the surrounding mountains. It must have been made from local materials. There were many strange patterns on the stones. It was only when Lin Xian walked closer that he realized that the carvings on the stone pillars of the palace were all ferocious-looking figures. There were humans and demons. They were densely packed, as if they were evil spirits from hell. It made one's scalp go numb. "There's a palace here.
I didn't know about it."
White Bones was also shocked. Lin Xian looked at him and realized that he really didn't know about it, because the soul fluctuation didn't seem to be faked. These stones were too strange. The figures on them were too similar. Lin Xian even felt that they were very similar to the person he met before. The person's life was sucked dry and was only left with human skin. Could it be that the life of these things was also sucked dry? Then they turned into human skin and breathed on the stone pillars? Thinking of this possibility, White Bones almost peed. Of course, he couldn't pee now. However, he was very frightened. If Lin Xian's guess was right, then it was too scary. These human skins were not inferior to him. They were at least minor saints. Now, there were so many minor saints who were sucked dry and made into pillars. What was going on? Who was this person? How could he have such a shocking move? Even He Shan was surprised. "Kid, I realized that your guess was most likely correct. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after trying." Lin Xian took a deep breath. If he broke a stone pillar, he would be able to see whether it was made of real skin or just stone. With a wave of his hand, 9 vermilion bird divine feathers flew out and floated around him, breathing out terrifying flames. "What are you trying to do?" White Bones asked in horror. As soon as he finished asking, he screamed, because he saw Lin Xian making a move. The vermilion bird divine feathers turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. A terrifying sound was heard. Flames splashed, and the void cracked. This scene scared White Bones silly. He really didn't expect that the young man in front of him would be so bold to attack such a strange stone pillar. However, what made him relieved was that the black stone pillar was much harder than he imagined. Under this attack, it only shook violently and didn't break. Even Lin Xian was greatly surprised by this. What a tough stone. Humph! With a cold snort, he activated the vermilion bird divine feathers again. The 5 elemental laws revolved around the vermilion bird divine feathers. In an instant, more than 1,000,000 attacks were carried out. No matter how powerful the stone pillar was, it couldn't withstand the attacks. Cracks appeared on it, and there were more and more cracks.
Boom.
With a loud boom, the black stone pillar finally couldn't withstand the attacks and broke into pieces. Pieces of human skin fell out. Lin Xian took a deep breath.
His guess was right.
It was indeed human skin. Why were there so many pieces of human skin? Were they all minor saints? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. What kind of existence was it? Was it the other party who built this palace? Why was the other party here? Why did he kill these saints? And was the other party still alive now? Thinking of this, he felt a chill down his spine. White Bones was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to succeed. He was shocked at first, but then he became curious and began to search inside the human skin. This human skin was not bad. He actually ate one of it and put it on his body. He was originally a skeleton. At this moment, after putting on the human skin, he looked like a walking corpse.
Ugh.
Suddenly, White Bones screamed and kept rolling on the ground. "Hero, save me." He begged Lin Xian for mercy. Chapter 30, 575. Stop pretending to be mysterious and get up quickly. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly. He had already used his soul to see that these people had no life force. How could the other party be affected? However, White Bones sent out a soul fluctuation in pain. No, he has my soul.
He wants to kill me.
Please help me tear open the human skin. Lin Xian sneered and was unmoved. However, after waiting for a while, he realized that White Bones' aura was getting weaker and weaker. Its soul was like an extinguished lamp. He realized that something was wrong. He slashed out a sword chi and hit the human skin. White Bones let out a miserable cry, but the human skin did not leave. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The vermilion bird divine feather flew out, and an incomparable flame rushed over. This was the power of Yang, with an aura that could destroy everything. The human skin floated up on its own, and White Bones appeared inside. Thank you for saving my life. His soul fluctuation was very weak. At the same time, he looked at the human skin in horror. Damn it, this is too strange. Could it be that these human skins are still alive? Lin Xian was puzzled. He grabbed one of them and observed it from afar. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find any signs of life. He asked Black Mountain, but Black Mountain shook his head. He did not know either. He said, "Kid, why don't you ignore these things and go inside to take a look?" Inside? Lin Xian was stunned. He naturally knew that the other party was talking about this black palace. Did he really have to go in? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian felt that he had to go in. There might be a power that could resist the death mist inside. He was trapped here and could not leave at all. However, White Bones had a bone that could resist the aura of the death mist. This stone was very likely related to this black palace. Therefore, if he went in, it was very likely that he would obtain the secret of the death mist. This was a huge temptation. Therefore, he decided to go in once. He walked forward, and White Bones behind him was still bewildered. His scalp went numb as he looked at the human face that had attacked him. To be exact, it wasn't a human, but a human skin with fangs and purple scales. It should be an existence of the devil race, but he was no longer interested in observing it because he noticed Lin Xian's actions and immediately followed him. I advise you to leave quickly. This place is too evil. Don't go in no matter what. Lin Xian said, "You can leave now. I have to enter this place." After saying that, he used his hands to push the two black stone doors.
Boom, boom.
The black door was slowly pushed open, and a dusty smell came out. It was obvious that no one had been here for tens of thousands of years. There was also a cold and gloomy aura coming from inside, which made people's hair stand on end.
Ah!
Suddenly, White Bones shrieked, scaring Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword energy. He took a few steps back and the black door closed. Lin Xian frowned and looked at White Bones. "What are you screaming for?" White Bones was trembling in fear. He stuck to me again. Even his soul was stuttering. Lin Xian frowned. He had indeed seen the human skin from before sticking to Whitebone's back again. This made him feel a little uneasy. "Can't you stay away from him?" Lin Xian said coldly. Whitebones was almost scared to tears. "Hero, I really had him thrown far away, but he floated over by himself." Lin Xian waved his hand. The 9 suns' divine fire and the golden palm tore the human skin apart and threw him far away. Then he cast a 5-element seal and completely sealed him. Then he looked at the black door again. "This time, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to make a sound. If you dare to disturb me again, I will break your bones and destroy your soul." Before he made his move, Lin Xian warned Whitebones. Whitebones quickly nodded, looking very obedient. Lin Xian turned his head and walked forward. He pushed the black stone door open again. The cold and gloomy aura from inside flowed out again. At the same time, there was a disgusting smell, as if a corpse had rotted. This aura made Lin Xian very uncomfortable, so he didn't go in. Instead, he shot out 2 sword energy and stuck it on the black door. He opened the door and let the air outside circulate. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, the aura weakened a little. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword energy as he walked forward. He walked in and found that it was even darker inside. The whole building was made of black stones. Furthermore, this place was very strange. Even Lin Xian's soul was unable to probe too far. He couldn't even probe beyond 20 meters. It seemed that the whole palace was surrounded by a black fog. Could it be the fog of death? Lin Xian was shocked. At this moment, a cold wind blew, and the 2 sword energies stuck on the door were broken. With a bang, the 2 black doors were shut. This time, the light outside the door disappeared completely. The whole hall was pitch black. Lin Xian snorted. He released his divine fire, but it could only illuminate a small area. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. This place was too strange. Suddenly, Whitebones screamed and sat on the ground in fright. Then its bones broke on the ground. Lin Xian was also shocked. Then he was angry. "Didn't I tell you not to scream?" Seeing Whitebones scattered on the ground, Lin Xian was amused. However, he could not laugh now. He asked, "Why are you screaming?" Whitebones' soul fluctuations spread out. The human skin from before had floated over again, flashing in the vicinity. What? Did the human skin come over? How was that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that he had sealed the human skin with the 5-element seal? How could it follow him in? Don't talk nonsense.
But I really saw it.
Whitebones felt wronged. Suddenly, he screamed again and pointed behind Lin Xian. "There's a black shadow behind you. Heavens, he's alive." This scene also gave Lin Xian a fright. Behind him? Thinking of this, he snorted and turned around. The golden light in his eyes penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He really saw a black shadow floating in the air. Its ghostly aura was eerie, like a peerless demon. This gave him a fright. He could not help but attack. However, at this moment, the black shadow said, "Damn, kid, you're scared silly. It's one of us." Phew. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down a little. This was because it was Black Mountain's voice. He said with a dark face, "Damn it, this place is so eerie. Why are you causing trouble? Do you think it's not scary enough?" Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He saw another shadow behind Black Mountain. Chapter 3576.
What?
There was no one. He Shan turned around and found no one. Then, he let out a creepy laugh. "It was because of this that I had to come out and take a look. Damn it, there was really a ghost." Whitebones screamed in fear. He Shan floated over. Was this guy crazy? He was a small saint after all. How could he be so timid? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Look at those human skins outside. Didn't you think he was crazy? This place was really too creepy. A small saint was casually slaughtered. This guy was probably very brave, to not be scared to death. He kicked Whitebone and put your bones away. This is one of our own." After making up his mind that Heishan didn't attack him, White Bones carefully put the scattered bones together. Then it looked around in shock. "Why did we come here?" Lin Xian said. "I'm looking for the secret of the fog of death. Can you use the stone on your forehead to sense it carefully and see if there's any effect?" White Bones nodded and poured energy into the bone. Then the black patterns on the bone shone. White Bones was stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. It was indeed effective. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly lit up. There were a total of 81 lamps surrounding the entire hall. The originally dark hall was now illuminated, but the light was very dim, but it was much better than before. It seemed that this bone was indeed related to this place. Lin Xian looked around. Heishan was also floating around. Suddenly he said, "Kid, this place is really not simple. Do you know what these lamps are made of?" Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He looked carefully. It was blood. He realized that what was hanging on the wall wasn't oil, but blood. This was the blood of a saint, using a saint's blood to light up the lamps. Lin Xian was shocked. This was definitely not an ordinary saint. Furthermore, this blood should have been refined before. He really didn't know who the owner of this place was. Suddenly, Heishan screamed again. He floated to the sky above the hall and looked down. Then he said, "It's actually this thing. This thing is actually here? What did you see?" Lin Xian was shocked. He also came to the sky. The next moment he was also stunned. Under the 81 green willow, the wisps, the hall below could be seen clearly. On the ground of the hall, there was a huge pattern. What kind of pattern was that? It was a black fish and a white fish. They formed a circle. This was the yin-yang fish. Lin was shocked. Heishan said, "This is not an ordinary yin-yang fish. It has another name, Taiji." Taiji? Lin was taken aback. It's very similar to the Taiji. Indeed, he had interacted with the yin-yang sect more than once. The other party's yin-yang diagram was half black and half white. It was extremely profound. It should have been passed down from Taiji. Both of them were essentially the same thing. However, Taiji was even more mysterious. The two yin-yang fish spiraled, but the eyes of the two fish were completely different. Lin Xian was surprised to find that the eyes of the black yin fish were white, while the eyes of the white yang fish were black. This was indeed different from the Taiji of the Taiji. The Taiji of the Taiji was half black and half white. There was no such phenomenon. Is that Taiji? That's right, it's the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Could it be that some kind of existence built all of this here? But what's his purpose? Is it for the death mist? Heishan kept guessing. Lin Xian was puzzled. "What do you know? Who is that person? Do you know someone from the same era as you?" He asked a series of questions. Heishan took a deep breath. "He's not from the same era as me. I've been around for too long. There was such a legend in the primordial era. Yin and Yang, who was stronger and who was weaker. Yin and Yang coexisted and ruled the world. Yin and Yang in the world. Some people cultivated Yang, while others cultivated Yin. It was very terrifying when cultivated to the extreme. However, no one had ever tried to combine these two forces. Until a person appeared. He tried to combine the two forces, but he failed. In the years that followed, there were more than once people who tried to combine the power of Yin and Yang, but they all failed. In the end, a person appeared. That person succeeded and condensed Taiji. However, his inheritance was not passed down. It had been lost. Only the Taiji yin-yang diagram was passed down. The Taiji you mentioned should be a branch of the Taiji yin-yang sect, right? Everyone has different insights when looking at Yin and Yang. The owner of this palace should also be comprehending Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang, the great Tao of heaven and earth. This person has a broad scheme. I wonder if he succeeded. I think he should have failed. If he succeeded, his name would have spread across the universe. However, there was no news of him at all. Heishan muttered to himself.
Buzz.
Lin Xian was surprised. He felt that these words contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, He landed on the ground and carefully sensed the Taiji yin-yang diagram. He walked slowly along the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Then, he sat cross-legged and tried to comprehend it. The following days were very difficult. Baigu curled up at the side, not daring to breathe loudly. Heishan floated around and studied the surroundings. Lin Xian had been comprehending the Taiji yin-yang diagram. The Taiji yin-yang diagram was indeed mysterious. Lin Xian comprehended it and had a deeper understanding of his own great Tao of heaven and earth. However, he still did not understand the reason for the fog of death. Heishan said, "Kid, how long do you plan to comprehend here? 10 years or 100 years? Why don't you leave like this? Come back when you have the chance in the future." Or rather, he would directly take away this huge Taiji yin-yang diagram. He also felt that the surroundings were strange. He did not know who this owner was. It made him feel a little strange. Lin Xian also stood up. He said, "Let's see if there's a way to take this Taiji yin-yang diagram away. This is a good thing." He was not willing to let such a good thing go to waste here. With a wave of his hand, the vermilion bird divine feather flew out, releasing an incomparable light. Then, it stabbed into the ground, wanting to completely pry open the Taiji yin-yang diagram and take it away. However, with this move, the Taiji yin-yang diagram actually started to spin. It was very slow at first, but it became faster and faster. The Taiji yin-yang diagram completely merged into one. Not good. Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying force enveloping him. His nine-yang divine body instantly cracked. With a cold shout, the nine-yang divine body bloomed with light and quickly recovered. At the same time, sword qi covered his body, forming a dragon-shaped sword realm armor to block. However, he still could not block this force. It was really too strong. The white bones were instantly torn to shreds. Chapter 30, 577. Black Mountain floated to Lin Xian's side and released her great sage aura, but it was useless. This was true power, and Black Mountain couldn't scare the other party. He said, "Kid, take out the Great Sage Pagoda." Lin Xian had no choice but to take out the Great Sage Pagoda and cover his body. With a clang, the Great Sage Pagoda suffered an endless impact. It made a sonorous sound. However, it was blocked in the end. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and looked outside. At this moment, a faint voice sounded between heaven and earth. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. All things carry yin and embrace yang. Rushing qi into harmony is Taiji. This voice was ancient, low, and desolate, making one's soul tremble. Even Black Mountain was shocked, and his eyes widened. Lin Xian also removed the Great Sage Pagoda and appeared again. He found that the yin-yang diagram in front of him gradually slowed down and finally quieted down again. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked. Black Mountain said, "Kid, this might be a chance for you to comprehend the secret of Taiji." Comprehend the secret of Taiji? Lin Xian was shocked. As expected, he saw the Taiji diagram in front of him change again. Countless black fog appeared where the yin fish was. It was the fog of death, emitting a cold aura. Suddenly, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Why was there so much death aura? What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. Black Mountain was also shocked. He looked carefully. "I finally know." "What do you know?" Black Mountain said, "Look, the Taiji diagram is also formed by the yin-yang fish. The yin fish represented the power of the moon, while the yang fish represented the power of the sun. The power of the moon was replaced by the fog of death. However, the power of the sun was actually missing. This also means that if you can make up for it, you can understand the secret of the Taiji diagram left behind by the other party." As he said that, he looked at Lin Xian again. "Kid, your luck is too good, isn't it?" "What should he say?" Lin Xian asked. "Now, even I can't forcefully steal the secret because only you can do it. In order to replenish the power of the sun, It must be the power of the purest yang. I am a ghost, so I belong to the power of Coldine. If I try to take it by force, I would be instantly shrouded in the fog of death. Even if I didn't die, I would be severely injured. But you don't agree. The nine-yang divine body is originally a body of the purest yang. Therefore, even if others saw this Taiji diagram, they would not be able to take it away. Only you can take it. Kid, are you willing to take the risk and give it a try? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that Heishan was right, but there was still a huge risk involved. Would his nine-yang divine body be able to withstand the power of the moon? That was the power of the death mist. However, he wasn't willing to leave. This was the secret of Taiji. Once he grasped it, he would be able to grasp the power of yin and yang. The yin and yang qi were originally the most primordial auras in the world. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely be a huge improvement to his strength. Furthermore, he might even be able to block the death fog with it. So after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go all out." He walked towards the yang fish. In the next moment, he felt the power of the death mist invading him. Humph! He released his divine body to the extreme. "Come on, I, Lin Xian, will not be afraid of you." The nine-yang divine fire burned fiercely on Lin Xian's body. Boundless flames spread. On the other side, the death mist surged. He was gradually enveloped by the death mist. "Block it for me." He gritted his teeth and roared, constantly circulating his body. Lin Xian felt that his vitality was instantly snatched away. This made all the hair on his body stand on end. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he roared crazily and circulated his body crazily. Just like that, 49 days passed. Suddenly, the yin and yang merged. The Taiji diagram under his feet spun again, carrying the power of the death mist and the nine-yang divine fire. Finally, it entered Lin Xian's body and disappeared. As for Lin Xian's body, it was completely enveloped by the yin and yang qi. A Taiji diagram appeared behind him. Did he succeed? When Heishan saw this scene, he was extremely nervous. He knew that this was an earth-shattering gamble. If he won, the benefits would be endless. However, if he lost, it was very likely that he would be sucked dry and turned into a pile of bones. As he waited nervously, the Taiji diagram slowly spun and finally disappeared completely. Lin Xian did not open his eyes. Instead, he sat down cross-legged again. There was a new message in his mind. This was a great divine ability that could combine the power of yin and yang to cultivate. It was called the Taiji art. At the same time, an aged voice rang out, reverberating in his mind. "Fated one, remember my name, Zhang Juji. Bring Taiji to greater heights." Lin Xian was shocked. So it was the Taiji diagram left behind by Zhang Juji. The Taiji art was a divine ability that Zhang Juji created based on the most primitive Taiji diagram. Who was this Zhang Juji? Where did he get the Taiji diagram? How powerful was the Taiji art? How terrifying was the real Taiji? The Taiji diagram was a yin-yang fish diagram. However, everyone would have different understandings and insights when they looked at it. The divine abilities and martial arts that they created were also different. Zhang Juji created the Taiji art, which was also what Lin Xian was cultivating now. After cultivating for a month, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He stood up and slowly exhaled. "I've succeeded. I've already started cultivating the Taiji art. However, I don't know its power yet. I need to try it out." After saying that, he walked out. The black door opened, and he walked out. He looked at the black palace and soared into the sky. There was nothing worth investigating here. The biggest secret was the Taiji diagram. He had already obtained it. As far as he knew, this palace was created by Zhang Juji. He used the fog of death here as the power of yin, and then studied the secrets of Taiji. The human skins outside were all powerful saints. At that time, due to various reasons, they came to this world of death and were captured by Zhang Juji. They were used as guinea pigs for various experiments. Countless saints were sacrificed before the Taiji art was finally created. Now Lin Xian wanted to test the power of the Taiji art. He flew all the way and left the world of death. Heishan jumped. Damn, kid, what are you doing? He quickly returned to the crescent moon pendant and asked quickly. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he went into the fog of death. Damn, has this kid gone crazy from cultivating? Is he trying to kill himself? Heishan was surprised, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Lin Xian didn't die at all in the fog of death. Instead, he was like a fish in water, shuttling through it quickly. Soon, he rushed out and returned to the world of death. He looked at his own body and then laughed out loud. Great, it was a success. Taiji was indeed mysterious. He could use the power of the fog of death. Chapter 3578. Tai Chi was a kind of Tao. In the world of Tai Chi, the power of the world was divided into two types. One was called the power of the moon, and the other was called the power of the sun. The power of the moon included all the cold and dark power. For example, this fog of death could steal one's life force. It was extremely cold and belonged to the power of the moon. The power of the sun represented all the power of the sun. For example, flames and thunder belonged to the power of the sun. At this moment, after Lin Xian cultivated Tai Chi, he could naturally use the power of the moon. Therefore, this fog of death was no longer a threat to him. Instead, it became his greatest help. Damn, kid, you really succeeded? Black Mountain was also very surprised. This way, you don't have to be afraid of the fog of death. You can travel through the fog of death. The other saints would probably pee their pants when they saw this scene. Lin Xian nodded. In theory, that's true. However, I've just cultivated the Tai Chi diagram and can't stay in the fog of death for too long. But it doesn't matter. As I cultivate, one day, I will be completely fearless of the fog of death. In the following time, Lin Xian cultivated Tai Chi in this world of death. As he tempered his divine body, he absorbed the power of the fog of death. There was a Tai Chi diagram in his body that kept spinning. When he could condense the law of yin and yang, its power would be even more terrifying. In this way, Lin Xian became more and more proficient in the power of Tai Chi at first. He could only get close to the fog of death for a short period of time. As he cultivated, the time he could enter the fog of death also increased. In the end, he could even use some of the fog of death as a means of attack. This made him unconsciously excited. On this day, Lin Xian was still cultivating, but in the world of death, a ray of light quickly descended. After this ray of light descended, it transformed into 3 figures. These 3 figures were in a sorry state. And that ray of light drew a scroll that floated in the masked woman's hand. Many cracks appeared on the surface of the scroll. The decree actually broke. We can't fly anymore. We can only stay here for now. Let's see if there's a way to repair it. The masked woman said. These 3 people were none other than Yushirchia and the other 2. Yushirchia had many guards by her side, but now there were only 2 left. Other than herself, there was also a little maid, Xiao Qing. The other one was a young woman. All 3 of them were injured, and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had been chased all the way here. Their arrival naturally attracted Lin Xian's attention. Lin Xian sensed their presence through the death mist. When he saw the 3 of them, he was also greatly surprised. It was actually the 3 of them. The 3 of them had actually come here. How could Lin Xian forget Yushirchia? It was because of her that he ended up here. However, wasn't the other party being hunted down by people from the Fiend Planet? It was truly inconceivable that he could escape. Back then, the Fiend Star had dispatched 2 bewilderment fog ships to chase after the other party. What sort of battle power was that? The other party actually managed to escape. That was really surprising. He wanted to go out, but Heishan said that something was wrong. He told Lin Xian something. This caused Lin Xian to temporarily hide, and he did not go out to meet with the other party. Instead, he observed from the shadows. After landing in the world of death, Yushirchia and the other 2 began to explore their surroundings. They found that there was nothing but black trees around them. There were no people, no demon beasts, only desolation and death. After all, there was not much death mist here, so it was safe. Therefore, the three of them also seized the time to recover. Yushirchia swallowed some heavenly materials and began to study the decree in her hand. Her delicate face was unbelievably pale. It was obvious that she had used many methods, but she was unable to repair the decree in her hand. Little Qing was also anxious at the side. That woman did not say anything, but her hands were hidden in her embroidered robes, forming hand seals. No one knew what she was doing. After about a few days, a meteor fell from the sky into the world of death, turning into a figure. It was a black-robed man with a sinister smile on his face. As soon as he arrived, he spread out his soul and enveloped the entire world. "I've found you." He turned into a stream of light and flew quickly, breaking through the void. Soon, he arrived in front of Yushirchia and the others. "Bitch, you can't escape." "Damn it, you actually came." Yushirchia and the other two were as if they were facing a great enemy. Their faces were ugly. This was impossible. Little Qing screamed. Yushirchia's face was also cold. "How did you find us? Could it be that you set up some array on us again?" This shouldn't be. They had carefully checked. The tracking array had long been destroyed by them. Previously, she had indeed been chased by 2 fog ships. Her guards had tried their best to protect her, but they had all fallen. In the end, she had escaped with the decree in her hand. Then, she had completely lost her direction and came here. Originally, she thought that the most troublesome thing was that the decree in her hand was damaged. She was afraid that she could only wait for the passing fog ship, but she did not expect that the people of Demon Island would be able to find her. Was it a coincidence, or was there another reason? Run. Why aren't you running? You actually made us spend so much time. You really deserve to die 10,000 times. Damn poison hand. Don't go too far. What do you want? Yushirchia shouted, her eyes filled with a cold light. We are not afraid of you now. You are the only one who came. Do you think you can catch us? We have 3 people on our side. What do I want? Yushirchia, aren't you asking the obvious? Don't you know the bloodline of your Yu family? You are the little princess of Yu family. Do you still need me to tell you the effect of your bloodline? If I'm not wrong, you haven't slept with other men, right?
Just give me your first time.
The effect will definitely make my strength undergo an earth-shattering change. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, he roared towards the sky, his eyes burning with a fiery light. Originally, capturing you was the order of the crazy demon child to capture you, and then send you to the demon child. But now I have changed my mind. There are only a few of us here. I will not send you back to the demon child. I will train you to become my woman. Thinking of this, Poison Hand was excited. With Yu family's bloodline, it could nourish all things. It could definitely make his body, soul, and bloodline reach the next level. It was even possible for him to break through. This was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, he would definitely not let the other party go. You are dreaming. Yushirchia snorted coldly. Little Qing also said that we will definitely not let you succeed. We will protect little sister with our lives. Is that so? You think so, but others don't think so. Poison Hand sneered. What do you mean? Little Qing shouted angrily. Yushirchia's expression changed. Chapter 30, 579. Just as she finished thinking, she heard a scream. Little Qing's heart had been pierced, and she fell to the ground, twitching. Who told you that I would protect my sister? The middle-aged woman revealed a cold smile. The killing sword in her hand flickered with light, and blood dripped from its surface. Betrayed by her own people, she had been ambushed by her own people. What a wonderful scene. Poison Hand laughed heartily, as if victory was already in his grasp. Damn it, you actually dared to betray your sister. Betray the Rain clan. Little Qing said weakly on the ground. The sword had pierced her heart. With her cultivation, it was not that fatal. However, The sword's surface was covered in poison. That poison was not something a first-layer saint could withstand, and could only silently accept death. However, she did not believe that someone would betray their sister.
Why?
Why did you betray me? Yushurtia asked through gritted teeth. My Rain clan has never treated you unfairly.
Is that so?
The middle-aged woman sneered. However, the Fiend Star can give me even more. All right, Yushurtia, do you think you can still escape? Kneel down and serve me obediently. I can let you suffer less. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. I will let you live in pain every day. In any case, I have plenty of time. No one in this world can find me. Saying this, he laughed complacently. Yushurtia felt her entire body turn cold. Her heart sank to the bottom. Was she going to despair? Fall into the hands of this fiend? Thinking of the future, she felt that death was better than living. She wanted to kill herself, but she did not have the courage. Her hands were trembling. She said, "Have you ever thought about how the Rain clan will react after you capture me? You should know how important I am to the Rain clan. If something happens to me, the Rain clan will go crazy. At that time, do you think you can survive? Therefore, I advise you to leave obediently and let me live. It will be beneficial for both you and me." Yushurtia, you are still dreaming. I admit that your Rain clan is very powerful, and you are very important to the Rain clan, but so what? I only need to capture you and enjoy you. When I obtain the nourishment of your bloodline, I will go into seclusion for 500 years. At that time, no matter how powerful your Jade clan is, where will you find me? I will give you 5 seconds. Will you kneel down and serve me, or do you want me to do it? The fire in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. However, at this time, he was stunned. A purple mouse ran out of his clothes and kept squeaking at a space far away. Who is it? Get out here. Merciless Tyrant roared furiously and countered with a palm strike. A large green palm submerged the entire space. The space shattered, and a figure walked out from it. To be able to discover my existence. The young woman and Yushurtia were both taken aback. They had already been here for many days. He didn't realize that there were people in this world. Who was this person? Where did it come from? In an instant, they thought of many things and looked over at the same time. The two of them exclaimed at the same time. To be honest, he was really too shocked. The middle-aged woman and Yushurtia were also surprised. They realized that this person was Lin Xian. They had seen him before. Shouldn't he have been captured by the people of the Fiend Planet? Why was he here? Could it be that he was related to the Fiend Planet? Thinking of this, Yushurtia's heart became nervous again. Poison Hand was even more shocked. That shouldn't be. Didn't this kid fall into the fog of death and die? How could he still be alive? This was too unbelievable. Back then, he knew that Lin Xian had escaped, but so what? Lin Xian didn't have the chaos soil. He couldn't even walk a meter in the fog of death. Lin Xian would definitely die. But now, Lin Xian had appeared here unscathed. It was too strange. Could it be that he had the chaos soil? It seemed that he had been careless. Poison Hand snorted coldly. He didn't expect that there would be a fish that escaped. It would be terrible if he let Lin Xian escape. But now that Lin Xian had appeared here, the heavens were helping him. If I kill you, no one will know about me and Yushurtia. Indeed, if Lin Xian spread the news a little, then the people of the Rain clan would naturally know what he had done. However, he would not allow such a thing to happen right now. You reckless idiot. Obediently come over and take care of me. As he spoke, a large green palm covered the sky. The void shattered, and a terrifying poisonous gas erupted. The world shook. Lin Xian instantly dodged and appeared in another space. He looked down like a god. You actually dared to do such a shameful thing. You want to kill me?
Can you do it?
He dodged. Poison Hand's face was cold. Lin Xian was faster than he had imagined. The woman sneered. Just a brat. Let me deal with him. The killing sword on the woman's body moved again. A terrifying Dao pattern flowed and slashed forward. On the other side, Yushurchia took advantage of this opportunity to attack Poison Hand. Poison Hand sneered and fought. In truth, Yushurchia was very excited because this was an opportunity. She was also a favored daughter of the heavens. In a one-on-one fight, she wasn't afraid of Poison Hand. So now, someone was restraining the woman. This was the best opportunity for her. However, after exchanging 3 blows, Yushurchia's body swayed and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She felt dizzy. Not good, she was poisoned. Yushurchia quickly retreated, her face pale. Damn it, how is this possible? She knew that her opponent was a saint who used poison and had been on guard. It was impossible for her to fight poison. Moreover, she didn't feel that she had been ambushed. What was going on? Could it be that the woman from before had done this? She hadn't known that the woman was a traitor, so she hadn't been on guard. At that time, she had been frightened by the woman and had been poisoned. Damn it, she had been careless. Yushurchia could feel her strength fading away, but Merciless Tyrant was laughing heartily. Little girl, do you think you can escape from me? You want to fight me? You don't know the difference between life and death. Don't worry, I'll let you have a taste of heaven later. He sneered and didn't immediately make a move. He was now a cat, and he could toy with his opponent as he wished. He was prepared to deal with Lin Xian first to prevent future trouble. But when he looked, it didn't matter. He was instantly stunned. Chapter 3580. It turned out that the young woman was instantly sent flying. Half of her body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Ah! The young woman screamed, her face full of fear. She could not believe it. How could the other party be so strong? The other party was just an ant at the first level of heaven. He quickly retreated. Lin Xian, on the other hand, charged forward. The sword aura around his body tore apart the heavens and the earth as he charged forward. In an instant, it enveloped the young woman. The young woman was scared out of her wits. At the critical moment, a blue bead appeared between her brows and spun nonstop, blocking the sword chi. However, in just an instant, the blue bead was shattered, and the young woman was also cut into many pieces. Ah! A miserable scream sounded. The young woman's soul instantly escaped from her body, wanting to escape. However, Lin Xian shot out a wave of flames that enveloped the entire area. Her soul screamed miserably in the flames. Poison Prince, hurry up and save me. The young woman begged for mercy. The Poison Prince's expression was cold. What a piece of trash. He reached out a large green hand and grabbed forward. A terrifying poison spread in the flames and instantly enveloped the young woman's soul. Thank you, Poison Prince. Before she could finish speaking, the young woman screamed again. Damn it, how dare you attack me? She realized that the Poison Prince had enveloped her. Not only did he not save her, but he had also destroyed her soul.
Why?
Before she died, the young woman let out a roar of unwillingness. Poison Prince sneered.
Why?
You're asking me why? Your mission has been completed. As long as you're alive, I have to pay you a sum of natural treasures. If you're dead, I don't have to pay anything. Moreover, Yushurchia is already mine. She can't escape. What's the use of keeping you? I hate you. I hate you so much. The young woman's soul screamed at the sky. Soon, it was completely obliterated by the green poisonous hand. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a cold expression. What a vicious method. What a ruthless heart. On the other side, Yushurchia's face was also pale. If she fell into the hands of such a demonic person, would she have a good ending? Therefore, she turned to look at Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, I have a request. Can you help me kill this person? Or rather, you saved my life. As long as you save me, House you will be eternally grateful. Yushurchia, are you retarded? You're actually placing your hopes on a level 1 ant? Merciless Tyrant sneered, completely unperturbed. Don't worry, I agree to your request. I will help you kill this person. Lin Xian said coldly. In fact, it did not matter even if he did not agree because it seemed like Merciless Tyrant would not let him live. Since that was the case, There was bound to be a battle between the two sides. Then, why didn't he agree to Shurchia's request? He could even earn a favor from House Yu. This way, it would be more convenient for him in the second astral realm. With this in mind, Lin Xian looked at Merciless Tyrant. You want to fight me with just you? Poisonous Tyrant's eyes were filled with disdain.
He was no ordinary saint.
Instead, he was a third heaven saint. Adding on his poison Dao, his strength was unparalleled. Moreover, this time, he had a terrifying saint weapon in his hand, so he was not afraid of anyone. Go to hell. He opened his mouth and spat out thousands of green poisonous arrows. These poisonous arrows were incomparably poisonous. Even a level 3 heaven saint would die from the poison. In an instant, they densely covered the place where Lin Xian was.
Buzz.
Lin Xian's 5 elemental law flew out and turned into a 5 elemental mountain, enveloping him. It blocked the poisonous arrows. Useless brat, you're still too young to fight me with the Tao of heaven and earth. The poison Tao and 5 elemental law collided continuously, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack.
Buzz.
Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly. Like a demon, he attacked mercilessly. His golden palm turned into a heavenly monument, striking out continuously. It exploded in all directions, knocking away all the arrows. The difference in laws? Do you think that's possible? Do you really think you can kill me? Damn it, how could this be? Merciless Tyrant was stunned. He did not expect the opponent to be so powerful that he could knock away all the poisonous arrows he shot. It was unbelievable. One had to know that there was a difference of 3 realms between the two of them. Merciless Tyrant could crush the other party with just his cultivation and heaven and earth laws. But the other party was actually able to withstand it. It was really too strange. This brat was very strange. He must have secrets. He had to capture him. He rushed over. Lin Xian also fought with the other party. As they fought, he flew out of the realm. He did not want Shurchia to see some of his techniques. For example, he had just obtained the Taiji art. Therefore, the two of them fought in the sky for 9 days. Shurchia watched nervously from below. At the same time, she swallowed treasures to neutralize her poison. High up in the sky, Merciless Tyrant's expression was cold. Damn it, how is this possible?
Who are you?
He roared crazily. He really could not believe it. How could an ant of the first heavenly layer be able to contend with him for so long? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Go ask the king of hell. His fist bloomed with incomparable light. It was like a sun that illuminated the entire sky. He smashed it forward. The surrounding poisonous gas was ignited and turned to ashes. If you don't have any other methods, you can die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Kid, I wanted to play with you, but I don't have that much time now. I'll kill you immediately, and then enjoy the beauties below.
So now you can die.
As he spoke, he took out a bronze pot.
It looked like a teapot.
It was beautifully crafted, but there were countless ferocious demonic beasts on the surface, dark green in color. Kid, this is the myriad poison pot. It's a holy artifact. Do you think you can still fight me? Merciless Tyrant laughed. This was his true trump card. No matter how strong the other party was, could he block a holy artifact? A holy artifact? The myriad poison pot? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that he could feel the terror of a holy artifact. The poisonous gas on his face gave him a sense of deadly threat. This merciless tyrant was very strong. No wonder he could make Shurchia so miserable. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. So, what if you have a holy artifact? Do you think you can kill me with a holy artifact? You really don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, he turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. You want to leave? Do you think you can escape? Kid, it's useless. You can't escape from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Merciless Tyrant sneered when he saw Lin Xian's actions. He thought the other party was afraid, so he quickly chased after him. Soon, he blocked Lin Xian's path. Run, keep running. Do you think I'll let you run? Chapter 3581. The two of them had already arrived at the outer realm. They were surrounded by the terrifying mist of death, but both of them were at the edge. Kid, the mist of death is in front of you. You have no way out. Kneel down obediently, and I can give you a quick death. Obediently become a vengeful soul under my myriad poison pot. The myriad poison pot in his hand emitted a dark green light like the eyes of a monster. Right? Then let me show you what I'm capable of. At this point, Lin Xian formed a seal. He used the Tai Chi art, and the Tai Chi diagram in his body began to spin. The surrounding mist rolled, and a chilly wind blew. The mist of death began to spread toward them. Feeling the chilly wind, Merciless Tyrant's body trembled, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He saw the mist of death begin to roll, but he did not think that it was Lin Xian's doing. He thought that there was a storm inside the mist of death. Therefore, he could not wait to make a move. Go to hell for me. The myriad poison pot lowered, shooting out beams of green light one after another. A total of 8 beams of green light fell from the sky. They carried the laws of the Great Tao and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell for me. He believed that a third heaven sage would not be able to block it. Even a fourth heaven sage would die, without a doubt. Lin Xian also struck out with his palm. The surrounding weapons of death were completely mobilized, and they turned into countless black torrents that swept over. In an instant, they blocked the dark green path of poison. How is this possible? He blocked it. I don't believe it. Merciless Tyrant roared crazily. In the next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air because he realized that what was blocking him was none other than the death fog. The mist of death turned into 8 black vortexes that blocked his path of poison. Is this the mist of death? Damn it, is this a coincidence? Otherwise, how could this kid block it? You're just lucky, but your luck has come to an end. Lin Xian smiled.
Lucky?
Then I'll show you my strength. He waved his hand, and the mist of death rolled again, forming 2 large black hands that grabbed forward. You can control the mist of death. Impossible! Merciless Tyrant screamed in fear. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What did he see? He saw the most inconceivable scene, which really made him break down. No one could control the mist of death. Not even minor saints dared to enter it, so they could only call it the mist ship. Only by wearing armor made of the chaotic earth could they carefully travel through the chaotic earth. Even so, they still had a slim chance of survival. Yet now, there was actually someone capable of controlling the primal chaos mist. This was simply unheard of. Therefore, in an instant he was scared silly. It wasn't until the 2 ghost weeping hands arrived in front of him that he screamed and came back to his senses. In an instant, he activated the chaos armor. First, he isolated himself from the deathly aura of the deathly mist, then he placed the myriad poison pot in front of him. The myriad poison pot released countless green poisonous liquid, forming a shield in front of him. When it collided with the 2 black palms, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Merciless Tyrant was sent flying, a trickle of blood trickling down the corner of his mouth.
Ah!
Damn it, this is too strange. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. He didn't dare to exchange blows with the other party anymore. This was a monster. Now, his only thought was to take Yushirchia away and leave for good. Turning into a stream of light, he quickly shuttled through the air. Lin Xian sneered. Do you want to leave? Do you think you can? The Tai Chi incantation completely erupted, and the surrounding deathly mist completely boiled, turning into countless black waves that rushed over. In an instant, the entire world was completely enveloped. No, damn it, get out of my way. Merciless Tyrant was scared out of his wits. He was completely surrounded. He could only use the chaos armor to support himself and the myriad poison pot in his hand to the extreme. In this situation, even if he encountered a 4th heaven saint, he could still escape. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, he might be able to escape with his life. But now, surrounded by so much deathly mist, he couldn't escape at all. He was completely surrounded, and he screamed miserably. Even though he was wearing the chaos armor now, he couldn't survive. Even the sacred artifact couldn't save his life. The chaotic earth could resist the deathly mist, but it also depended on the quantity. Only the size of the fog ship could completely resist it. The chaos armor could only resist for a while. And now, the deathly mist was actively attacking. It was different from when those people shuttled through it. Its power was 10 times more terrifying. In the land of darkness, Lin Xian directly shattered Merciless Tyrant's armor with a punch, causing him to completely lose his resistance. The surrounding mist sucked his vitality dry, and even his soul was sucked dry. In almost the blink of an eye, Merciless Tyrant turned into human skin, white bones, and finally, even the bones and skin melted. Only the broken armor was still floating in the air, and of course, the myriad poison pot. Lin Xian put away the armor fragments, which all contained the chaotic earth. Then he looked at the myriad poison pot. As a sacred artifact, the myriad poison pot was very intelligent. After its master died, it immediately turned into a stream of light and fled. However, Lin Xian used the deathly mist to envelop it. Finally, he pulled it in, sucked it dry, and sealed it. Then, Lin Xian threw it into the Great Sage Pagoda and let the astral fire erase its soul imprint. In the future, he would slowly refine it. His body swayed, and he walked out of the deathly mist and ascended. Below, Yushirchia had temporarily stopped the poison, but her expression was somewhat ugly. She was completely enveloped by the black mist, and she couldn't see clearly at all. She couldn't remember when the deathly mist had arrived. But at this moment, she saw a figure quickly descend.
Who was it?
She became nervous again. If it was Merciless Tyrant, then she would definitely die. When she saw the figure, she heaved a sigh of relief. It was Lin Xian. She couldn't wait to ask, "Where's Merciless Tyrant?"
He's already dead.
What, dead? Yushirchia was shocked. She couldn't believe this result. It was simply too unbelievable. She asked, "Did you kill him?" "Are you sure?"
He's dead.
I broke his chaotic armor, and the deathly mist sucked his life force dry.
So he was killed by the deathly mist.
Yushirchia heaved a sigh of relief. She knew it. How could Lin Xian kill Merciless Tyrant? He couldn't beat the other party. However, she still said, "Thank you, Sir Lin, for your help." Lin Xian nodded, then asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's already under control. In a few days, it will be completely removed." "What about the agreement from before?"
Don't worry about that.
"I said that you saved my life, and the Rain Clan will thank you greatly. I heard you say that anything is fine. Are you sure you're telling the truth?" Lin Xian suddenly smiled, then looked at her. Chapter 3582. Yushirchia felt Lin Xian's gaze and immediately blushed. Could it be that this fellow had designs on her? Thinking of this, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then, she said in a low voice, "Regardless of whether you want a cultivation method or a rare treasure, I can get it for you." Lin Xian nodded again. Then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. However, the most important thing right now is to think about how to leave this place. At the very least, how to reach the second astral realm." Seeing Lin Xian not do anything out of the ordinary, Yushirchia let out a sigh of relief. She said, "This is indeed a rather troublesome matter. My Rain Clan's decree is damaged. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been forced to descend here. It's extremely difficult to cross the death zone with just the 2 of us. It's practically a 9 out of 10 chance of dying." Rain Clan's decree. What was that? Lin Xian was shocked. Hearing her tone, it seemed that it wasn't damaged and could leave this place. "It's a treasure of my Rain Clan, and also my most precious treasure." As she spoke, she flipped her hand and took out a scroll. It was a simple and unadorned scroll. There were a few cracks on it, indicating that it was damaged. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. As for Heishan, he was shocked. "Kid, take it out and let me take a look." Hearing this, Lin Xian's brows twitched. Could it be something good? He said. Can I take a look? All right. Yu Shirchia handed it over. Lin Xian opened it and discovered that it was an extremely ancient scroll. It wasn't large, only the size of 2 palms. There were heaven and earth Tao patterns carved on it. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a simple character in the middle of the decree. He didn't recognize it. He only felt that it was a talisman. Great Tao talisman? It was too simple. There were only a few strokes. What was this? He was shocked, but he didn't show it. He secretly asked, Hey Sean, do you know what this is? This should be a character from a Tao scripture. This Rain clan wasn't ordinary. They could actually obtain a character from a Tao scripture. Lin Xian was shocked. Tao scripture? What was that? This was a very ancient scripture. Every word contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that it had already been lost. Only a few scattered characters were left behind in the myriad worlds. Who would have thought that the Rain clan would actually have a character in their hands? No wonder he could escape the pursuit of the bewilderment fog ship. Hearing this explanation, Lin Xian was also very surprised. It seemed that this item was very precious. He asked, Black Mountain, can you repair it?
Sure.
Black Mountain took a look and said, The damage isn't that bad. The core isn't damaged, so I can repair it. Kid, you can negotiate with her now. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he raised his head to look at Yu Shirchia. I can fix your decree.
You can fix it. Yu Shirchia was stunned.
She couldn't believe it. The decree was a very wonderful magic treasure. Although it was not a sacred item, it was better than a sacred item. Really? That's great. Yu Shirchia was excited. Lin Xian said, Don't get too excited. I have a condition. Didn't you say that you would agree to any condition since I saved you? That's good. Give me the decree. This way, it can be considered as repaying me for saving your life. I can also fix this decree. Next, I will take you away and return to the second astral realm. What do you think?
Give it to you?
Yu Shirchia was stunned. She didn't think that Lin Xian would actually want this thing. To be honest, she hesitated. This thing was very precious. In the Rain clan, there weren't many of them. It was also a treasure in her hands. Now, she wanted to give it to someone else? She was unwilling, but there was no other way. She had already promised the other party before, and the other party had indeed saved her life. Moreover, now that the decree was broken, it was a piece of trash in her hands. But in the other party's hands, it could be repaired. Thinking about it, Yu Shirchia decided that in order to save her life, she nodded and said, Okay. Then you can recover here for a while. I'll repair it. Lin Xian stood up and walked into the distance. In the following days, Yu Shirchia began to recover. As for Lin Xian, he began to repair the decree with Black Mountain. After about 20 days, the decree was repaired. When Lin Xian took it, Yu Shirchia was very surprised. Then, under Lin Xian's suggestion, Yu Shirchia removed her soul imprint on the decree. Then, she let Lin Xian plant his own soul imprint. Then she told him how to use it. Lin Xian took it and cultivated for 2 days. Then he said that they could go. This decree was indeed divine. Under Lin Xian's control, it was like a spirit boat. The ancient scripture characters on the surface flickered with light. The great Tao of heaven and earth formed rain that wrapped around them. Lin Xian felt that this rain was very wonderful. It could nourish all things and provide a strong vitality. No wonder the other party could pass through the fog of death so quickly. They even avoided the fog boat's pursuit. Yu Shirchia had a chaos armor. Lin Xian didn't have it. He didn't need to use it, but in order not to attract attention, he still got a set. This set was obtained from the young woman. After he passed through it, he and Yu Shirchia went on their way. They left the world of death and entered the fog of death. They began their long journey through time. After about half a year, Yu Shirchia stood up and looked ahead, revealing a hint of excitement. She felt the aura of their world. Have we arrived? Lin Xian asked. Soon, they would arrive in a month. Yu Shirxia was anxious. To be honest, this adventure was really too thrilling. Originally, she thought that if she kept a low profile, no one would be able to recognize her. Although she found someone tracking her in the first astral realm, she was completely relaxed with the Milky Way. Who would have thought that the Milky Way would be intercepted by the demon star? What followed was a life and death escape. She was chased by Poison Hand and even betrayed by her own people. In the end, she was poisoned and narrowly escaped death. Just as she was about to fall into the hands of Poison Hand, she was saved by Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a god. In the following days, she was also on tenterhooks, afraid that the people of the Demon Star would come to kill her. Fortunately, they finally arrived at their world. The Rain Clan's influence was very large and controlled 2 worlds. This strength far surpassed those of the families and sects in the first astral realm. After flying for more than 10 days, even Lin Xian felt better. He found that this 2-star realm was indeed extraordinary. Starting from the first astral realm, he didn't know how brilliant it was. Especially the use of the universe's starry sky, it was simply too exquisite. The first astral realm was dominated by its own star world. There were very few people in the outer realm. Even if there were, it was a battle between saints or just passing by. But it was different here. The outer realm's starry sky was completely used. All sorts of formations were set up to form a huge star field. Here, the world looked like a city. The universe was the most vast. So when he came nearby, Lin Xian saw that there were many people in the surrounding void of the universe. When those people saw someone flying over, they also turned their heads to look. The next moment, they cried out in surprise. That was the Rain Clan's decree. It was Yu Shirxia. Chapter 3583.
What?
The Yu family's little princess? Many people exclaimed. That's right. It must be her. That was the Rain Clan's decree. Everyone focused and looked over. Sure enough, they discovered that amidst the endless rain and light, there was a charming figure. There was another person standing beside Yu Shirxia. Moreover, it was a man. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? Rumor had it that Yu Shirxia was very cold. Although her bloodline was amazing and attracted countless geniuses to pursue her. However, she didn't seem to have clearly expressed who she wanted to be with. Usually, other than her own clansmen, she would rarely be alone with a strange man. This time, the two were actually writing the decree together and flying in the sky. Were they traveling together? Could it be that Yu Shirxia had a heart? No way. Who was so fast? Who got Fairy Yu's heart? Screams sounded one after another. There were also people who were interested. This matter was fun. The people who pursued Yu Shirxia were lined up to the end of the world. Who knew what kind of reaction they would have when they saw this scene? There would probably be a big storm. Who knew who that kid was, and whether he could withstand the anger of those pursuers? While everyone was discussing, the Rain Clan's decree streaked across the void and flew into the distance. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this star field to be so prosperous. After flying for about 5 days, Yu Shirxia said that it was in front. Lin Xian raised his head and saw that in front of him, there were 2 blue stars that revolved around each other. These 2 stars were both from the Rain Clan. These 2 stars were called the Double Rain Star. Finally, they had arrived. Lin Xian came to the Double Rain Star and stopped first. Then he said, Fairy Yu, my promise has finally been completed. I have sent you safely. Why don't we part here? I still have some things to do. You are talking about the matter of the sacred city accepting disciples, right? No need to rush, there is still some time. Moreover, since we are already here, why don't you follow me back to the family and let me treat you well? After all, you saved my life. Moreover, with the Yu family's power, they can help you gather some news about the sacred city. Lin Xian thought about it and then nodded. All right, since it's like this, then I will disturb you. The 2 of them flew toward the star below. The moment they entered the dual rain planet, there were countless exclamations. Sis, you're back. It's sis is finally back. Sis, you don't know how worried we are. Voices could be heard one after another. Yu Shiqia nodded and greeted them. These were all her clansmen. All of a sudden, the void shattered as four powerful figures descended from the sky. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He was secretly shocked. Little saint. That's right, the four figures that appeared were four small saints. When they arrived, they looked at Yu Shiqia. Sis, you're finally back. How could you leave without saying a word? If something happened outside, how would we explain it? The patriarch has been looking for you. You should hurry over. Yu Shiqia had an apologetic look on her face. She said, I'll go apologize to the old ancestor. The four minor saints nodded and prepared to teleport. However, at this moment, they saw Lin Xian and frowned. Sis, who is this person? There was a trace of sharpness in their eyes. Their house-used little princess had never been alone with this strange man before. This made them suspicious. On the way back, I did encounter some danger and almost lost my life. It was this Sir Lin who saved me. He is my savior. My savior. I almost lost my life. The four small saints' expressions changed. What was going on? They were too shocked. Yu Shiqia said, Don't worry, elders. I'm back. We'll talk about the details later. As she spoke, she turned to Lin Xian. Sir Lin, I'll go see the old ancestor first. I'll have someone take care of you first. When I'm done here, I'll come see you. With that, Yu Shiqia began to give orders to her subordinates. Immediately, several maids came to receive Lin Xian. Yu Shiqia and the four small saints broke through the void and teleported away. The news spread like wildfire. Yu Shiqia's return put the Rain clan at ease. She was the pride of their clan. Nothing could happen to her. They had been in a state of panic. They had even sent people to search everywhere, but there was no trace of her. They didn't expect Yu Shiqia to go to the first astral realm. During this time, there had been danger. They were shocked beyond belief. But fortunately, she had returned safely in the end. This made them feel completely relieved. However, at the same time, they felt even better. This time, Yu Shiqia had brought a man with her. An unfamiliar man. It was unbelievable.
Who was he?
In an instant, it attracted the attention of countless people. On Lin Xian's side, the three maids brought him to a valley. Inside the valley, spring water flowed, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. It was a scene of immortality. Lin Xian originally thought that he would wait quietly, but he didn't expect that the peace would be broken so quickly. Many people flew over from afar and landed in the valley. Some stepped into the void and asked condescendingly, Who are you, kid? Why are you with the little princess? Their eyes carried a trace of coldness. The maids beside them hurriedly said, Don't mess around. This is Sir Lin. The young miss ordered us to treat him well. Sir Lin? The surrounding people frowned. The Lin clan? Was there a powerful Lin clan in the second astral realm? The Lin clan did, but they weren't qualified to be compared to them. They thought about it and realized that the Lin clan that was worthy of their Rain clan really didn't have one. This made them feel even better. Who was the other party? Could it be that he wasn't from the clan, but some sect? They had to figure out the other party's identity. Otherwise, how could a stranger be qualified to stand with their Yu clan's little princess? Therefore, someone continued to ask, Kid, where are you from? In response to this answer, Lin Xian only said one sentence. My surname is Lin. I'm from the Lin clan. What he said was true, but the people around him were indeed stunned. Lin clan. Damn it, which Lin clan was it? Could it really be one of those mediocre Lin clans? Humph, they snorted coldly. If it really was that clan, they didn't have the qualifications to come here. Seeing the surrounding people discussing animatedly, Lin Xian also frowned. The three maids said, You have to leave quickly. Sir Lin just rushed over and needs to rest. It was better not to disturb him. You three lowly maids dare to control us? The surrounding people sneered and ignored them. These were only three maids. Although they were maids by Yu Shiqia's side, so what? Maids were still maids. Therefore, they ignored them. Today, they had to figure out who this person was. Not only were there people from the Rain clan, but there were also people from other clans. After all, there were many pursuers here. Therefore, how could they not be anxious? Chapter 3584. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with him. He just sat there unperturbed, not caring at all. His attitude infuriated the people around him.
Fuck.
How dare he pretend in front of them? He really didn't know what was good for him. Someone immediately stepped forward with a cold smile. It seemed that this brother was very arrogant. Since you won't tell us, we'll have to test you ourselves. Stand up and fight me. I guarantee that I can guess your sect and clan within 3 moves. This person was very confident. After all, these people had extraordinary backgrounds, and their horizons were even broader. They couldn't be more familiar with the ultimate techniques and divine abilities of some large sects and clans. Therefore, they could guess the other party's identity after a simple exchange of blows. When the others heard this, they all nodded. Indeed, they could also tell. Moreover, when they saw the person who spoke, their hearts trembled. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch because the man who spoke was a very powerful suitor. His status and position were very high. Previously, he had always thought that only he was worthy of Yushirchia. Now that a strange man had suddenly appeared, how could he not be angry? It was Brother Zhang? Haha, it seemed that Zhang Yunfei couldn't wait any longer. But that was good. Zhang Yunfei was very powerful. With his help, they could quickly figure out the other party's identity. The others also nodded. Zhang Yunfei's lips curled into a cold smile. His eyes flashed with a shocking murderous intent, but he quickly hid it. Just as the people around him had said, his status was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, his talent and strength were very dazzling. In his opinion, only he was worthy of Yushirchia. Who was the other party? He was just an ant who didn't know what was good for him. Kid, let me see what ability you have to stand by Fairy Yu side. Zhang Yunfei's lips curled into a cold smile. He waved his arm, and a ray of light flew out. This was just a casual attack, but its power was terrifying. Terrifying Dao inscriptions appeared on the surface of the light. With terrifying power, it slashed forward. As soon as he attacked, the surrounding people cried out in surprise. In the valley, the 3 little handmaidens were also stunned. They didn't expect Zhang Yunfei to attack. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. Moreover, even if they wanted to, they couldn't stop him. The power of this move could instantly kill them, so they could only retreat in fear. Lin Xian also frowned. Who was this guy? How dare he talk about fighting? No matter what, he had saved Yushirchia. He was an honored guest of the Rain clan. These people from the Rain clan casually attacked him. Moreover, when they attacked, it was such a bitingly cold, killing move. A hint of anger rose in his heart. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back. With a light flap, he moved horizontally across the void and dodged the attack.
Boom.
The space he was originally in shattered, and a terrifying crack appeared. He dodged it. Many people cried out in surprise. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to dodge it so easily. However, some people were smiling coldly. How was that possible? That was Zhang Yunfei. He wasn't an ordinary cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue light with the Dao pattern flew up again. It drew a strange arc in the air and headed straight for Lin Xian. This time, his target was Lin Xian's neck. Heavenly Cloud Indestructible Slash. This was Zhang Yunfei's specialty. Once it was used, it wouldn't stop until it was stained with the enemy's blood. This Zhang Yunfei was actually so heavy-handed. It was nothing. This was just a casual attack from Zhang Yunfei. If that brat was killed, it could only be said that his strength was too weak and his skill was inferior. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack him after failing to hit him. Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? He just came to the Rain clan and didn't want to be too ostentatious. After all, he was a guest. However, now that someone had repeatedly threatened his life, the situation was different. With a cold snort, Lin Xian didn't dodge this time. Instead, a trace of golden light circulated around his body. He stretched out his palm and waved it forward. This brat wanted to resist the heavenly cloud indestructible slash. What an idiot. What was Brother Zhan's strength? He was definitely going to die. Under the mocking gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian activated stellar transposition. Originally, the crowd thought that there would be an intense collision. However, they discovered that when Lin Xian waved his palm, the blue light blades strangely turned in an arc. It attacked Zhang Yunfei from an inconceivable angle.
Hua.
The crowd was in an uproar. What kind of divine ability was this? They had never seen it before. Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. He instantly formed a seal with his palm, and the light blade disappeared into the void. His gaze was a little uncertain. It was obvious that he had not expected this to happen. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. What kind of divine ability was this?
Did you know?
Never heard of it. How did he change the direction of the attack? This brat was a little strange. Quickly look at his cultivation. Someone was shocked.
Whoosh.
The crowd checked one after another and was stunned. A first heaven sage. How was this possible? A person at the first celestial layer was not considered a genius here. After all, there were too many heaven stage cultivators in the second astral realm. For example, Zhang Yunfei was a third heaven sage. There were also a few third heaven sages around him. A first heaven sage was nothing in front of them. Was such a person qualified to stand beside you, Shurchia? What a joke. Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. A first heaven sage? He had thought that it was some expert. He didn't expect it to be a piece of trash.
Humph.
Is a piece of trash like you worthy of standing beside Fairy Yu? I advise you to get lost obediently. Otherwise, your fate will be very miserable. After Lin Xian heard that, he frowned and looked at the other party. It was a very handsome man with prominent features, but his expression was very arrogant. He also smiled. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me? You're courting death. Zhang Yunfei roared angrily. The others were also going crazy. What was the other party saying? How dare he scold Zhang Yunfei? Did he want to die? Who was Zhang Yunfei? A first heaven sage dared to talk to him like that? However, Lin Xian didn't care. He said faintly, "Let me ask you. Are you from House Yu?" "I'm not." Zhang Yunfei snorted. Lin Xian smiled. "If you're not, then what right do you have to criticize me in House Yu's territory? Do you know who I am? Do you know my relationship with House Yu? You didn't know anything and attacked me impatiently. I can only say that you're a brainless idiot." Everyone was spitting. This kid really dared to talk back to Zhang Yunfei? What an eye-opener. Zhang Yunfei was trembling with anger. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that. Moreover, the other party was a first heaven sage.
He was so angry that he laughed.
"Then let me see who you are." As he spoke, a blue light blade appeared in his hand. The terrifying Dao inscriptions on the blade kept surging. Wung wung wung. His fingers moved and two light blades flew out. One left and one right. It was even more terrifying than before. Chapter 3585. Lin Xian sneered. Since the other party was courting death, then don't blame him. He drew a circle with his hands and executed stellar transposition, causing the two light blades to fly backward again. At the same time, he also unleashed a terrifying light. The five-colored light formed a five-elements mountain that descended from the sky. It pressed down on the other party. The void collapsed, and the terrifying power made people look up. The three maidservants were already scared out of their wits. They did not expect that both parties would really fight. "Stop it!" They screamed and wanted to stop it, but their voices were drowned out by the terrifying thunder. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian's counterattack to be so fierce. In an instant, danger came to Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei sneered. This little bit of danger was nothing to him. He waved his hand and controlled his 2 light blades. He was even more disdainful of the 5 elements mountain above his head.
Boom.
A terrifying power of the laws surged, trying to shatter the 5 elements mountain. However, just as he moved, the 5 elements mountain above his head suddenly burst open. The terrifying power of the 5 elements turned into a storm and directly shrouded the area. Not good. This kid dares to play dirty. Everyone screamed and quickly left. Zhang Yunfei also roared furiously. His voice was earth-shattering. Countless cracks appeared and devoured the power of the 5 elements. Zhang Yunfei walked out. His face was extremely gloomy. Although the attack just now did not injure him, it made him look miserable. It didn't match his usual handsome image at all. Damn kid, how dare he play dirty? He was so angry that his body trembled, staring at Lin Xian. Do you want to die? You attacked twice, but you did not gain any advantage. Instead, you suffered losses. I really wonder how much of your cultivation base of the 3rd celestial layer is fake. Lin Xian shook his head. He originally thought that the genius of the 2nd astral realm was very powerful, but now it seemed that he was just SOSO. Was he looking down on Zhang Yunfei? The surrounding people went crazy. Zhang Yunfei's face was gloomy. How dare you look down on me? You're courting death. I was just casually playing with you before, but since you dare to say this, you're definitely going to die. Next, I will show you my true strength. Endless radiance appeared around him as the great Tao of heaven and earth surged before him. Behind him, a phenomenon of heaven and earth formed, and a terrifying aura surged into the vast wilderness. At this moment, everyone was shocked. It seemed like Zhang Yunfei was really angry. Was he going to use his full strength to kill his opponent? That kid was dead for sure. That was because no matter how much an ant of the 1st celestial layer tried to escape, he would never be able to escape from Zhang Yunfei's palm. Moreover, he was the one who was courting death. His strength wasn't enough, yet he dared to have designs on Yushirchia. Wasn't he tired of living? Oh, did he use his power? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he sensed the terrifying power of heaven and earth around him. He had to admit that this guy had some strength, but that was all. Plus, there was a strange feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, he saved Yushirchia, and as a guest of House Yu, he should be treated with the utmost respect. Such a world-shaking law of heaven and earth should have long alarmed the experts of the Rain Clan. Furthermore, in the surroundings, there were many Rain Clan's martial artists that were watching. However, no one came out to stop him.
This was too strange.
This didn't seem like a guest at all. Instead, it seemed like they were trying to intimidate him. Rain Clan, don't disappoint me, he snorted inwardly. He knew he had to make a move now to intimidate the people here. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying aura appeared. The Taiji diagram in his body circulated, and the power of yin and yang rotated around him. He crossed his arms, and a mysterious aura filled the world. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, everyone's hearts tensed. At the same time, Yushirchia was following 4 little saints into a palace on planet Twin Rains, a place filled with immortals. The palace was very special. It floated on the surface of a lake. The lake was very large and very blue. It was like a piece of sapphire. Yushirchia walked in front of it, causing countless ripples. Inside the palace, there was an old man in a water-blue robe. His eyes flickered, and stars flickered as if they could pierce through the void and look at the other end of the distance. In front of him stood Yushirchia. The 4 little saints were waiting outside. Yushirchia looked at the old man in front of her, feeling nervous. This was their patriarch and also their ancestor. After a while, the old man retracted his gaze and said, The young man you brought is not simple. Where did he come from? He came from the 1st astral realm and came here on the bewilderment ship. Yushirchia recounted her experience in detail. Yushirchia didn't know much about Lin Xian's identity. She only knew that he was called Lin Xian and that he had the nickname Lin Wudi. He was very famous in the 1st astral tribulation. He was a top genius. What was invincible? The old man laughed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. A first-level celestial realm, and dared to call himself invincible? Even House Yu didn't dare. So he came from the first astral tribulation. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, he was only at the second astral realm. He would soon despair. Every single one of the geniuses here could surpass him. Ancestor. Don't look down on him. He's very powerful. Many people in the first astral realm are afraid of him. Yu Shijie said. You said it yourself. It's just the first astral realm. It's far from our realm. The old man shook his head and looked at Yu Shijie. You seem to think highly of him. Could it be that you've fallen for him? Yu Shijie blushed and lowered her head. Ancestor, please don't make fun of me. Seeing Yu Shijie's shy appearance, the old man's eyes flashed with killing intent, but it disappeared in an instant. He said calmly. He couldn't tell that this brat was quite astute. Even you were tricked by him. Yu Shijie raised her head. Ancestor, what do you mean by this? The old ancestor said faintly. You're so arrogant. There are so many geniuses in the second star boundary who are pursuing you, but none of them can catch your eye. Now, you actually have feelings for a first-level celestial. Don't you think it's strange? Sir Lin saved me, so I'm naturally grateful. Yes, he saved you. The old man laughed coldly. You said it yourself. In the world of death, there were only the two of you. Back then, you were poisoned and he saved you, but he didn't fall for you. He even deliberately kept a distance from you. Do you think he's very elegant? Plus, he saved your life, so you felt a trace of joy. Do you think he's the elegant young master? You've been tricked by him. This was all set up by this kid. What? That's impossible. Yu Shijie was shocked. She never thought of this. Chapter 3586. The old man continued. Moreover, what you said is very suspicious. No matter how powerful he is, he's only at the first layer of heaven. Do you think he could defeat Poison Hand from Fiend Island? But why was it that when the two of them reached the ninth heaven, only that kid returned? Where's Poison Hand? Is he really dead? Did you see his body? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yu Shijie's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I was very weak at the time, and I was shrouded in the mist of death. I couldn't see clearly. Isn't that the end? You couldn't see clearly, so you believed what he said. But what if he and Poison Hand were in cahoots? No way. That's impossible. Yu Shijie exclaimed. However, the old man sneered. How is that impossible? You're too naive. You don't know how sinister people can be. Think about it. That kid is only at the first layer of heaven. How could he defeat Poison Hand, who is at the third layer of heaven? That's simply impossible. Yu Shijie fell silent. She couldn't understand this matter either. Now that her ancestor had said this, she was suspicious. Could it be that the other party had approached her with a motive to steal her heart? If that was the case, then his intentions were too evil. Elder sister, don't be so naive. That kid definitely doesn't have good intentions. At this moment, another voice sounded. A very handsome man walked in. He looked even younger than Yu Shijie. Yu Shijie turned her head and said in surprise, Little brother, you're here too. Elder sister, I've heard about what you just said. This is clearly a trap. You mustn't be fooled by them. That kid definitely covets your identity and bloodline. Otherwise, how can you explain how he could defeat Poison Hand? Even if you say Poison Hand was killed by the mist of death, why would that kid appear in front of you? You were able to leave the mist ship because of the chaos soil, but that kid didn't. How did he escape the pursuit of Fiend Island? Have you thought of this? Yu Shijie's body shook. That's right. She really hadn't thought of this. How did the other party escape? Could it be that he really knew someone from Fiend Island and colluded with them? Thinking of this, her heart gradually turned cold. She had been tricked. Seeing this, the old man smiled. He knew that Yu Shijie believed them. He looked at the young man again. That young man said, What an audacious fellow. He actually dares to have designs on my sister. I will definitely not let him off. Indeed, such people were very dangerous. The old man shook his head. You sure Chia came back to her senses. Was she going to attack him? However, he did save my life. If we attack him, won't we be biting the hand that feeds us? Don't worry. House Yu is magnanimous. We won't lower ourselves to his level. But for your safety, he can't stay here any longer. He had to leave as soon as possible. Don't come into contact with him in the future. With that, he glanced at the youth once more. It was Qianya who had sent him away. Since he's saved your sister, we will give him the corresponding benefits. But that's all. Do you understand? Don't worry, ancestor, I understand. Yu Qianya nodded and prepared to leave. You sure, Chia said. I'll go with you. She was still worried. However, she had already believed the words of the ancestor and her younger brother from the bottom of her heart. All right, then we'll go together. Yu Qianya nodded, and the two walked out side by side. When they arrived at the valley, they saw that the laws of heaven and earth filled the valley. Lin Xian and Zhang Yunfei were about to attack. Seeing this, Yu Qianya's lips curled up in disdain. A piece of trash dared to attack Zhang Yunfei. You sure, Chia, on the side, shouted. Stop. Hearing this, the people in the valley all turned to look. In the next moment, they all cried out in surprise. Yu Shurchia had come. Greetings, young master. Greetings, sister. Zhang Yunfei also retracted the laws of heaven and earth. So it was Fairy Rain and young master Qianya. Lin Xian also retracted his aura and looked into the distance. He saw a young man beside Yu Shurchia. That young man was very cold. It seemed that he was also a young master of the Rain clan. Moreover, his relationship with Yu Shurchia was not ordinary. Brat, for Fairy Rain's sake, I won't attack today. However, if I see you again, don't blame me for being impolite. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. He really did not put the other in his eyes. The others looked at each other. They did not expect the two to stop at the most crucial moment. It was really disappointing. However, at this time, Yu Qianya spoke. He went to the valley below and looked at Lin Xian. You're the one who sent my sister back? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. It really is you. Yu Qianya waved his hand, and a servant beside him walked over. He handed over a storage ring. Yu Qianya pointed at the storage ring and said, Thank you for sending my sister back. The Yu clan is very grateful. Here are 50,000 kilograms of divine crystals and 10 bottles of pills. Take the things and leave quickly. When these words came out, the crowd began to talk. Lin Xian frowned. Looking at the other's attitude, it seemed that he was not very friendly. Moreover, he wanted to thank him for this little thing. To be honest, Lin Xian did not believe it. One had to know that the entrance fee for the fog ship was 10,000 kilograms of divine crystals. Now, the other party was only giving 50,000? Too insincere. What was this situation? He was not too sure, but he said that he did not need these things. He really did not need these things because his deal with Yu Shurchia had been completed. That was the decree of the Rain clan. However, this thing was not in his hands now. Because when he came, 4 minor saints suddenly appeared, which surprised Lin Xian. When the 4 minor saints left, not only did they take Yu Shurchia away, but they also took the decree with them. Therefore, Lin Xian now saw that the other party's attitude was not right. He only wanted to take back the decree. As for the things the other party gave, to be honest, it really made him feel a little disappointed. Those things were really pitifully little. Hearing that Lin Xian did not want it, the surrounding people were stunned. Yu Qianya's face darkened. What? Young Master Lin does not like these things? Or, do you have other motives? This voice carried a trace of coldness. It was obvious that the other party was warning him. The others were also discussing spiritedly. This kid did not know what was good for him, right? He actually dared to reject young Master Qianya's things? Yes, who did he think he was? The Yu clan gave him face by giving him something. He actually dared to reject it. He really did not know what was good for him. I feel that he must have some ulterior motives. He must have designs on Fairy Rain. With him, a toad wants to eat swan meat. Mocking voices rang out one after another. Chapter 30, 587. Yuchinya put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Kid, I know what you're thinking. But now, I can tell you clearly. There's no such possibility. Know your own identity. I hope you don't make a mistake." Lin Xian's face sank, and there was a trace of impatience in his heart. It seemed that the Rain Clan's attitude was very unfriendly. Previously, when he fought with that person, the Rain Clan didn't come out, which made him a little angry. However, he didn't say much. Now, a young master of the Rain Clan warned him in front of everyone. The meaning was different. The young master of the Rain Clan definitely wouldn't speak carelessly. Perhaps he represented the will of the Rain Clan. The Rain Clan was warning him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face sank. He ignored Yuchinya and looked at Yushirchia, asking in a deep voice, "Then, what do you think?" Being questioned by Lin Xian, Yushirchia became nervous. However, when she thought of her ancestors' words, her heart also became cold. She said coldly, "I thank Mr. Lin for escorting me back. However, after all, our identities are different. I hope Mr. Lin can take these things and leave as soon as possible." Hearing this, the surrounding people all sneered. They knew that Yushirchia was drawing a line between them. Lin Xian was stunned after hearing this. Then he laughed loudly. His heart gradually became cold. "Very good. Your words let me see a person clearly. Since it's like this, we have nothing to say. It's best if there's nothing to say. Mr. Lin, please." Yuchinya's voice was cold. Lin Xian said, "I can leave. However, return the things to me first." "Things? What things?" Everyone was stunned, but Yushirchia's face changed. Lin Xian continued, "Yuxianzi, we agreed before that I would save your life and escort you back to your clan. You would give me the decree of the Rain Clan. You didn't forget this, right?" "What? There was such a thing?" Everyone was in an uproar. Even Yuchinya was stunned. He didn't know about this either. Yushirchia's face changed. "What? You don't want to give it to me? Or are you going back on your words?" "Humph!" Yuchinya roared in anger. "Damn it, little brat, you really are scheming something. You actually dare to covet my decree." The others also had murderous looks in their eyes. Lin Xian laughed. "Me? Coveting your clan's decree? What a joke." Ask Yushirchia what the situation was like back then. When they made this deal, both sides were willing. Did I ever force her? Moreover, the decree back then was already damaged. If I didn't repair it, it would just be a pile of trash. It was completely useless. I was the one who repaired the decree, and then escorted your Rain Clan's princess back. I hope you can understand this point clearly. Damn it. How is this possible? You think you can make a decree? Yes, you must have used despicable means to coerce Fairy Rain. Screams and roars rang out one after another. They really couldn't believe it. Yuchinya's face was even more gloomy. He couldn't wait to kill this brat in front of him. However, Yusiki did not say a word. Lin Xian didn't care about the threats around him. He stared at Yushirchia. "Why can't you speak? Or, do you feel guilty?" Nomological laws pulsed in his hand as he said, "Do you want me to use an array to recreate the scene back then?" "There's no need." Yushirchia sighed. "I did say that. So I will give you the decree." At this point, she waved her hand, took out a scroll, and threw it to Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Even Yuchinya was stunned. "Sister, you can't. This is our clan's treasure." "Brother, don't say any more. I did promise him this matter. I, Yushirchia, am a woman of my word." After saying this, she looked at Lin Xian again. "I've already given you the thing. Hurry up and leave." With that, she turned and left. Lin Xian took the decree and said coldly, "I escorted you back, and you gave me the decree. This is a matter of course. From now on, we are even. We don't owe each other anything." Yushirchia's body trembled, but in the end, she didn't look back. She directly walked into the distance and disappeared. The Rain Clan's warriors were filled with killing intent as they stared at Lin Xian. Yu Qianya's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. Lin Xian turned and said, "Why? Is this how you treat your savior? Let him go." Yu Qianya shouted coldly. Immediately, the crowd parted to form a path. Lin Xian strode away. After Lin Xian left, the surrounding people said, "Young master, are you letting him leave like this?" "Yes, this brat is too hateful. He actually dares to have ideas about our decree. Who does he think he is? We must catch him and tear him to pieces. Don't worry, I know what to do. My Rain Clan's decree isn't so easy to take away." Yu Qianya's eyes were filled with a biting cold, killing intent. He looked at Zhang Yunfei and the others and said indifferently, "Don't know what trick this brat used to deceive my elder sister and snatch the decree. That thing is my elder sister's favorite treasure. If anyone can help me get it back, they'll definitely win my elder sister's heart." When these words came out, Zhang Yunfei and the rest's eyes also bloomed. "Haha, young Master Qianya, don't worry. We'll help you with this small matter." As they spoke, several figures quickly tore through the void. It looked like they wanted to secretly get rid of Lin Xian and take back the decree. Looking at the cracked void, Yu Qianya laughed coldly. "Going against my Rain Clan, truly reckless." On the other side, after Lin Xian obtained the scroll, he made a few seals, completely erasing the aura on his face. Then he quickly threw out a shield. His mood was somewhat gloomy. Originally, he thought that Yu Shijie would entertain him well and then ask about the holy city's information. He didn't expect that such a thing would actually happen. Don't know what this Yu Shijie heard, for her attitude to change so quickly. Shaking his head, he ignored it. Originally, he didn't plan on borrowing too much of the Rain Clan's power. Saving Yu Shijie was also a casual action. Since the other party's attitude wasn't good, then he would just ignore it. His goal in coming to the second astral realm was to join the holy city. Thinking about it, such a major matter, casually asking around, should be able to find out. MN? Suddenly, Lin Xian's brows furrowed. They actually still chased after. He felt that there were several auras behind him, faintly discernible, locking onto him. People from the Rain Clan? Really sinister, actually wanting to kill him. Thinking up to here, he increased his speed, instantly tearing apart the gale wind, arriving in the outer realm. Those few figures behind also increased their speed. They thought that Lin Xian was going to escape. But after arriving in the outer realm, they were stunned. Chapter 3588. They realized that Lin Xian didn't run away at all. Instead, he stood in the starry sky outside the realm, waiting for them.
Buzz.
3 silhouettes appeared behind him. They sneered as they surrounded Lin Xian. This scene astonished the martialists and sages from the outer world. What's going on? Is there a battle? Who is this person? Why is he being attacked by 3 people? He must have caused some big trouble. Discussions sounded. They realized that Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. However, when they saw the other people, they were extremely surprised. That was Zhang Yunfei. What? Zhang Yunfei? That's impossible. The young master of the Zhang family, a top genius? Why is he chasing after someone? Could it be that the enemy is very powerful? Sounds of discussion could be heard. When they saw the 2 people beside Zhang Yunfei, they sucked in a breath of cold air. These 2 people were also the young masters of large families, top geniuses. 3 top geniuses working together. Who is the enemy? Was he an extremely terrifying veteran expert? They looked carefully, but soon, they were dumbfounded. A first heaven saint? How is that possible? What is going on? 3 young masters, top geniuses, working together to kill a first heaven saint? It's too unbelievable. These people were all stunned. Kid, do you think you can run away? Zhang Yunfei sneered. Hand over the things obediently, then kneel down and accept your death. Threatening me? With just you? Lin Xian sneered, not caring at all. What a reckless idiot. Where do you think you are? This is the second astral plane. You. A brat from the first astral realm. Dare to be arrogant in front of me? You might be very powerful in the first astral realm, but here, you can only crawl under our feet. One of the young masters walked out and said coldly. The other person also had a look of disdain in his eyes. They emitted a terrifying power of heaven and earth, forming a sacred domain that enveloped this part of the world. Facing such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. He didn't make a move either. Instead, he said loudly,
Why?
Did the Rain Clan send you? Is the Rain Clan going to repay kindness with enmity? A dignified top-notch clan actually treated their benefactor in such a manner. It was truly shameful. This voice was like thunder, clearly passing through the sacred region and spreading in all directions. What was going on? When the surrounding sages heard this, they were stunned as well. The benefactor of the Rain Clan? Biting the hand that feeds him? What was going on? This brat looked a little familiar. Some people were puzzled. Suddenly, someone shrieked. That's right, I saw him before. He was standing with Yushirchia in the Law Decree land. Was it someone close to Yushirchia? What was going on? He had heard that Yushirchia had returned from the first astral plane. During this period, he was even hunted down. She heard that an expert had sent her back. Could it be this brat? No way, if that was the case, then he really was Housey's benefactor. Why did the Rain Clan attack him? Was he really biting the hand that fed him? If he really did that, wouldn't it be too chilling? Discussions sounded one after another. Although the Rain Clan was powerful, they still couldn't do such a shameless thing. Damned brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yunfei and the others roared. They came to curry favor with Yushirchia, not to ruin the Rain Clan's reputation. If the Rain Clan's reputation was ruined, then Yushirchia would definitely not let the three of them go. That was why the three of them roared in exasperation. Definitely your mouth. A bunch of nonsense. Don't be fooled by him. This brat had evil intentions. He got close to Yushirchia and didn't have good intentions. Didn't have good intentions? Humph, Lin Xian sneered. Which eye of yours saw that I didn't have good intentions? I just entered the Rain Clan and was treated coldly. Now that I took the initiative to leave, the Rain Clan actually didn't let me go. Did they want to completely kill me? Nonsense. Those people were about to vomit blood from anger. Lin Xian sneered. You dogs of the Rain Clan, if you want to make a move, then come. I won't be afraid of you. Dogs of the Rain Clan. The surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. These young masters, were they really going to become the dogs of the Rain Clan? Zhang Yunfei and the others were mad with anger. Brat, you actually dared to insult us. It seems you really don't want to live anymore. The killing intent on their bodies was terrifying. What? Did I say something wrong? You work for the Rain Clan, aren't you dogs of the Rain Clan? Or do you think you can get Yushirchia's heart like this? Truly laughable. The surrounding people also understood. It seemed this youth in front of them had a conflict with the Rain Clan for some unknown reason. And Zhang Yunfei and the others, in order to pursue Yushirchia, would definitely make a move against this youth. Only, they didn't expect this youth to see the crux of the problem with a single stab of blood. However, there were also people who sneered. This brat's mind was clear, but his strength was too weak. That's right. A first-layer saint, no matter how powerful he was, couldn't escape from Zhang Yunfei and the others. In the end, this was a world where strength was respected. Sure enough, a young master sneered. In the end, you can only rely on your mouth. Soon you'll go to hell.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Xian laughed loudly. Come, do as you wish. You dogs, kill me for the Rain Clan. Kill me. I'll see who dares to cooperate with the Rain Clan in the future. The Rain Clan even killed their savior, let alone other people. When these words came out, everyone's hearts turned cold. As for the three young masters, they were all so angry that they vomited blood. Especially Zhang Yunfei, whose face was gloomy. Damn, this brat was actually so eloquent. Brother Zhang, let's kill him together. Shut up. Zhang Yunfei roared angrily. Looking at his two companions beside him, he was so angry that he vomited blood. These two were really pig-like teammates. Don't act blindly, without thinking. This matter might not be easy to handle. Indeed, if they had hidden their identities and secretly assassinated the other party, then it wouldn't have been a big deal if the other party died. But now the other party had told them the cause and effect. How could they make a move? If they really killed the other party, then the Rain clan would completely bear the reputation of biting the hand that fed them. This way, they would definitely be affected by other things. Although these great powers could cover the sky with one hand, they didn't care about anything, but they still wanted face. If this matter was spread out, the Rain clan's reputation in the second astral realm would be completely destroyed. Reputation was the most important thing to a great family. If they dared to ruin the Rain clan's reputation, the Rain clan would definitely fight them with their lives. This was different from their original intention. Therefore, the three of them were all stunned. They didn't know what to do. What's wrong? You don't dare to make a move? Is it because you have a conscience and want to turn over a new leaf? Or do the three of you feel that you're not my opponent? Don't worry if you want to make a move, I'll only use one hand. Lin Xian sneered. He had an indifferent expression. Damn it, brat. Don't be so arrogant. If you have the ability, then let's have a fair fight. Chapter 30, 589. A fair fight? Lin Xian glanced at him. Fine. Suppress your cultivation to the first layer, and we'll have a fair fight. If I can't kill you, my surname isn't Lin. That person was so angry, he couldn't speak. Suppressing his cultivation to fight with the other party? His brain must have been flooded. But he said it was a fair fight. If he didn't suppress his cultivation, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? What? You don't dare to fight. Since you don't have the ability, don't pretend to be fair. Otherwise, you'll be the one slapped in the face. Lin Xian sneered. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this kid? He was too sharp-tongued. Yes, he was surrounded by three experts. This was a situation of certain death, but he resolved the danger with just his mouth. What a genius. These people were stunned. Zhang Yunfei and the other two's faces were dark. Embarrassing, really too embarrassing. Now, they wanted nothing more than to find a place to hide. They were originally full of confidence, thinking that killing the other party and taking back the decree would win Yu Shiqia's heart. Who would have thought that this matter would be a hot potato? Not only did they not kill anyone, but they were ridiculed instead. They had lost all face. Damn it, this brat. The three were so angry they were trembling. All of them were here. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Everyone turned to look. Flowing light flickered in the distance. Several large demon beasts were pulling a war chariot, passing by quickly. Several figures stood on the war chariot. They were all beautiful maids. Standing at the front was a handsome man. That person was Yu Qianya, the young master of the Yu family. Everyone exclaimed. Zhang Yunfei and the other two also turned to look. They were also stunned. Young Master Qianya, why are you here? Only Lin Xian sneered. He had the divination divine eye, and he had long discovered the other party hiding nearby. It seemed that he wanted to see if he had been killed. Now that he saw that the situation wasn't right, he walked out. Indeed, although Yu Qianya had a smile on his face, he was furious. Damn it, this Zhang Yunfei, didn't they say he was an expert? Why did he look like trash now? He was about to go mad with anger. He didn't think that Zhang Yunfei and the others would not only fail, but also cause House Yu's reputation to be in danger. If he couldn't explain it well, then his Rain clan's reputation would be ruined. Who would dare to work with them in the future? Therefore, at this time, he could only come out to smooth things over. At least, he could resolve this crisis. Wasn't that young Master Lin? Brother Zhang, are you chatting with young Master Lin? Zhang Yunfei was stunned at first. Then they laughed and said, That's right. We are indeed discussing martial arts with young Master Lin. Initially, they had wanted to work together to solve some problems regarding cultivation, but who could have known that such a misunderstanding would occur? Discussing martial arts and Taoism? The The corners of the mouths of the surrounding people twitched. Fuck, he was lying through his teeth. But who asked him to be so powerful? The surrounding people didn't dare to say anything. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. Do you want to discuss martial arts with me? Why didn't I know? Why do I feel like the three of you are trying to assassinate me? Zhang Yunfei and the other two's expressions changed. They then laughed awkwardly. Young Master Lin, you're overthinking things. How could we possibly assassinate you? That's right, we were just chatting with you. Maybe the way we talked was wrong, which caused you to misunderstand. Since it's a misunderstanding, we'll explain it clearly. Brother Zhan, send young Master Lin off properly. After all, he's an important guest of our Rain clan. Yu Qianye said while giving a signal with his eyes. Zhang Yunfei expressed that he understood and then said with a smile, Young Master Lin, you just came to the second astral realm, so you're definitely not familiar with the situation here. Why don't the three of us send you off? Yes, where do you want to go? We'll personally escort you. The other two young masters also laughed. However, there was a cold glint in their eyes. They knew that it was impossible to make a move here. They could make a move in front of so many people. But if they brought Lin Xian to other places, the cold universe was very vast. There would always be a place where there was no one. Once there, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. He would make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's face sank. His eyes were filled with a trace of monstrous anger. What a good Rain clan. They really didn't give up. After failing to kill him this time, they actually wanted to make a move on him. He understood the other party's gaze just now. He sneered. Still want to make a move? Your Rain clan, do you really want to kill me? I don't know how I offended your Yu clan. Young Master Lin, you've misunderstood. We already said that this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, right? 3/3 celestial layers teamed up to discuss martial arts with me. I don't know what you have to discuss with me. Your assassination failed, so you're looking for an excuse to lure me to another place. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Or that you're all idiots? What do you mean? Are you doubting me? How can I make a move on you? Yu Qianye's face also sank. He already gave the other party enough face. He didn't shed all pretense of cordiality in front of everyone, but the other party still dared to question him. What kind of identity did he have? Was it something an ant could question? The atmosphere between heaven and earth instantly froze. The surrounding people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Xian didn't care at all. What? You want to kill me, but I can't even question you? The Rain clan was really insolent and arrogant. No wonder you all dared to do this. In the first astral realm, I met your older sister. Your older sister was being chased by the Fiend Stars people and was saved by me. I repaired your damaged decree and sent her back to your Rain clan safely. But what did your Rain clan do? Giving me 50,000 caddies of divine crystals? Really extravagant. What? Yu Shijie was being chased by the Fiend Stars people. The Rain clan's decree was once damaged. Gave the other party 50,000. If the matter was true, then this Rain clan was really too trashy. One had to know, this was a life-saving grace. The one saved was even Yu Shijie. Giving 5 million caddies was not excessive. But the other party actually only gave 50,000. This was simply stingy to the max. Shut up for me. Yu Qianye shouted angrily. His voice shook the 9 heavens. Everyone's scalps went numb. Heaven and earth regained tranquility once more. What, embarrassed? Flying into a rage out of humiliation. You also feel that giving 50,000 caddies is too little? Then why are you still so arrogant? Do you feel that I came from the first astral realm, alone and weak, easy to bully? Or do you feel that your older sister's life is only worth 50,000 divine crystals? Yu Qianye was so angry that his entire body trembled. But very soon he calmed down. His eyes blossomed with a strange light as he said in a clear voice, "A bunch of nonsense. My Rain clan clearly gave you the decree as a reward. That's our clan's most precious treasure. But you are insatiably greedy. Not only do you covet the treasure, You even have ideas about my older sister. That's why I chased you out.
But what about you?
Not only are you not grateful, you actually slandered my Rain clan. Do you really think that my Rain clan is easy to bully? Chapter 30, 590. When these words came out, everyone was speechless again. Why was this version different from what the other party said? That's right. Which of these two people was speaking the truth? Everyone was puzzled. Zhang Yunfei and the others' eyes lit up. As expected of the Rain clan's young master, he was smart enough. With just a few words, the situation changed. They hurriedly said, "That's right, kid. You're too arrogant. We obviously gave you many treasures and even gave you the Rain clan's decree. How big of a favor was that? But you actually dared to have ideas about the Rain clan's sister. Do you have the qualifications? You're the ungrateful one. You actually dared to frame the Rain clan. How should you be punished? The Rain clan was magnanimous and didn't want to kill you. But you actually acted so recklessly." Voices quickly came one after another. Gradually, the people around him began to believe him. The way they looked at Lin Xian changed. Could it be that this kid was the main culprit? That's right. Perhaps he really was too greedy. The Rain clan was indeed merciful. Seeing the changes in the surrounding public opinion, Yu Qianya stood high above with a smile on his face. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me.
Ha ha ha.
Facing countless doubts, Lin Xian faced the sky and laughed. What a good method. As expected of the Rain clan's young master. You've indeed inherited your clan's despicable shamelessness. Your method of inverting black and white, but your cultivation is much more powerful. You're actually pouring dirty water all over me? You gave me countless heavenly treasures. May I ask where they are? You gave my Rain clan's decree? I'm sorry, but this decree was a fair exchange between me and your sister. It's not a favor from your Rain clan. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand. Countless laws danced in the air, forming an illusion. The illusory land showed the scene of the Rain clan's valley. Lin Xian, Zhang Yunfei, Yu Qianya, Yu Siki, and the others' figures were all there. Yu Shichia's voice came from inside. Brother, don't say any more. I indeed promised young Master Lin. I gave him the decree willingly. I, Yu Shichia, am a woman of my word. After seeing this scene, the surrounding people all burst into an uproar. Fuck, it was actually the Rain clan that willingly gave it to them. Damn it, I was almost tricked by this young master of House Yu. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at the Rain clan with strange expressions. Yu Qianya's pupils also shrank. He didn't expect that the other party had actually used an array formation to record that scene. This caught him off guard. It was a slap in the face. Moreover, the other party had taken out evidence to slap them in the face. They had been slapped so hard that they couldn't retaliate at all. Lin Xian sneered.
Why?
Are you still giving it to me now? Where are the treasures that you gave me? Lin Xian's every word was like a slap to Yu Qianya's face, causing his face to turn ashen. The other party couldn't even speak. Furthermore, the illusion created by the formation was still continuing. After that, it was Yu Qianya who instigated Zhang Yunfei and the others to assassinate Lin Xian. This scene was only halfway through when it was shattered by a stream of light. Only then did Yu Qianya come back to his senses. Damn it, he was too angry just now and almost let the scene spread out. If this news were to spread, then his reputation would take a nosedive. But fortunately, someone acted at the critical moment.
Who was it?
He turned to look and saw a beautiful woman standing there. Sister, why are you here? Yu Qianya was shocked. Was Yu Shichia here? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Yu Shichia's expression was cold. She didn't say a word. She really didn't expect that her brother would do such a thing. And from the looks of it, he had completely broken off relations with Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, this matter was my brother's own initiative. I apologize on his behalf. With that, Yu Shichia turned and left. Yu Qianya's expression also adjusted. He snorted and turned to leave. But at this time, Lin Xian said, Wait. What else do you want? Yu Qinya turned around, his eyes looking like they could eat people. Lin Xian sneered. What's the matter? Since you said that you would give me a shocking treasure, then you have to keep your word. Otherwise, if you, the young master of the Yu clan, go back on your word, it won't be good for your clan's reputation. Damn brat, what did you say? Yu Qinya was so angry that he vomited blood. He originally just said it casually to frame the other party. He didn't expect that the other party would actually dare to ask for it. What I said was naturally human language. Don't you understand? After all, I saved your sister, and you just agreed to give it to me. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. With your Yu clan, such a top clan, plus your young master identity, casually giving me 5 million caddies of divine crystals is nothing.
Puffed.
Yu Qinya directly vomited blood. Zhang Yunfei and the rest also felt their scalps go numb. The others almost fainted from fright. 5 million caddies of divine crystals? This really was the word of fate. Although in theory it should be so much, but to really give, who would bear to? The surrounding people also burst into an uproar. They didn't expect that Lin Xian really dared to ask for it. This brat, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't have the life to take it? Brat, are you sure you have the life to spend too? 5 million caddies of divine crystals? Yu Qinya was already warning him. It was very obvious that he wanted to kill him. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the other party, why not ruthlessly extort a sum of money? So he said that this matter didn't need young Master Yu to worry about it. What? Could it be that your clan can't even take out 5 million divine crystals? Since that's the case, why are you boasting? Apologize to me in public, and I can consider not taking it. Apologize in public? What a joke. Yu Qinya wouldn't do that even if he was beaten to death. He was a proud person. Moreover, the other party already had such a relationship with their Rain clan. If he apologized, the elders and experts in the clan would probably kill him. He couldn't accept it in his heart. So he wanted. Fine. To our Rain clan, 5 million is indeed just a drizzle. Young Master Lin, follow me back to the clan to get it. Follow you back? No need. Since it's nothing, why don't you bring it with you? It's really disappointing. How about this? I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time. Go back and get it. If you can't get it in an incense stick's worth of time, the strength of your Rain clan is really worrying. Lin Xian said indifferently with his hands behind his back, looking at the other party, who was vomiting blood.
What's still not going?
You really don't want to give it?
Fine.
I'll give it. I'll give it. Yu Qinya gritted his teeth to the point of shattering. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. It seemed that today's matter couldn't be resolved. Then, he could only give the other party 5 million divine crystals. However, so what if he gave it to the other party? He dared to guarantee that the other party would have the life to take it, but would definitely not have the life to spend it. Young Master, you really went back to get it? Heavens, this is a big matter. He had to see it with his own eyes. Not only did the surrounding people not leave, but they gathered even more. Who is this brat? He's simply a ruthless person. Hee, I reckon his end will be very miserable. So what? At least he's famous today. Chapter 3591. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 5 elemental law transformed into a throne. Then he sat down on it. Then, he took out some spirit wine from his storage ring and began to taste it. He looked very relaxed, as if he was on vacation. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. Kid, you are about to die, but you still dare to be so arrogant. This might be your last sip of wine. Zhang Yunfei and the other 2 discussed for a while, and then they walked over with cold killing intent. Lin Xian glanced at the 3 of them. You 3 lackeys, why didn't you leave with your master? Why are you still here? Do you want to fight with me? Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, I want you to die. Zhang Yunfei and the other 2 roared. Their killing intent swept through the 9 heavens, causing people's scalps to go numb. He was also a dignified young master with an extraordinary status. How could he tolerate being humiliated consecutively at this moment? Therefore, he snorted and said, "Today's matter is between me and this kid. It has nothing to do with my family or the Rain clan. Today, I want to fight with him." Everyone felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that Zhang Yunfei was going to attack without caring about anything. Many people sympathized with Lin Xian. He was really going to die. Attack without caring about anything? You make it sound so nice, but aren't you shameless? Do you think you can beat me if you are shameless?
Die.
Smoke rose from Zhang Yunfei's head, and a terrifying blue light blade swept through the 9 heavens. Sky Cloud Indestructible Slash. This was an extremely terrifying great divine ability that could kill a 3rd heaven saint. This caused the surrounding onlookers' expressions to change. Zhang Yunfei was really angry. First, it seemed that he was really angry. That was for sure. No matter how powerful this kid's mouth was, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think I can't beat you? Fine, I will let you experience my methods today. He stood up, and his body emitted a golden light, illuminating the entire sky. Like a peerless god of war, he walked forward with large strides.
Buzz.
He punched out, and it was like the sun, fiercely hitting the blue light blade.
Boom.
An earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, the blue blade of light was actually split in half from the middle. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets.
What?
It was interrupted. Impossible. What was going on with this kid's physique? How could he be so strong? Was he really just a 1st heaven saint? At this moment, everyone went crazy. How could this be? Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. He couldn't believe it. What he unleashed was his ultimate divine ability, yet it was shattered by a single punch from the other party. This was simply like a dream.
Why?
Are you very surprised? Very surprised? Who do you think you are? Can a 3rd celestial layer kill me? What a joke. Lin Xian suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yunfei. His golden palm slammed toward Zhang Yunfei.
Boom.
Countless blue Dao inscriptions appeared in front of Zhang Yunfei to block, but he was still sent flying. Next, Lin Xian basically chased after Zhang Yunfei. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was Zhang Yunfei being suppressed? Could it be that this young man was already so terrifying? Was this heaven-defying? Zhang Yunfei was still recalling the shocking scene just now. His mind was a little blank. Suddenly, his qi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly came back to his senses. How was this possible? He was being suppressed by the other party again. I don't believe it. With a roar, he activated his bloodline power, and his power skyrocketed. Suddenly, a wave of air exploded, and the great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. It directly forced Lin Xian back. Damn kid, you can actually break my sky cloud indestructible slash. This is really beyond my expectations. However, do you really think you can defeat me? You're too naive. Just now, I was just careless. Now, I'm going to use my bloodline power. Our Zhang family's bloodline is extremely powerful. Can you resist it? Carelessness? Is this your excuse? Can a 3rd heaven saint be chased by a 1st heaven saint if he was careless? No one would believe this excuse of yours. Lin Xian sneered. Zhang Yunfei's face was gloomy. Kid, I'll let you see the true power of a 3rd heaven. I'll let you know that you'll always be an ant in front of me. You want to use your realm to suppress me? You're still too young. Lin Xian was disdainful. Let me tell you, I'm going to use my realm to suppress you. Not only my realm, but I'm also going to use my bloodline to suppress you. What can you do? I'll let you die in despair. Suppress me with your bloodline? Suppress me with your realm? You can actually say such shameless words in such a righteous manner. You're also a genius. But can you really suppress me? Don't you like to bully others? Alright, I'll let you experience the same feeling. Black Mountain, you can come out and give him a surprise. Lin Xian transmitted his voice.
Boom.
Black Mountain released a demonic aura, causing a terrifying aura to appear around Lin Xian's body, spreading in all directions. This aura was too terrifying, completely surpassing that of a third heaven saint. Moreover, it was still rising. The surrounding people trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. Heavens, what kind of aura is this? Damn it, is he a minor saint? Everyone went crazy. Zhang Yunfei's body also trembled. Impossible, what's going on? His face was pale with fright, and he kept retreating. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xian's demonic aura soared into the sky, and his powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, you're still using your third heaven cultivation to suppress me? Do you think your bloodline is strong in front of me? He walked forward step by step. Now, you've experienced the feeling of being suppressed by your realm, right? Do you feel despair? That's right. I'll make you feel despair for the rest of your life. Lin Xian attacked fiercely, and Zhang Yunfei kept vomiting blood. Zhang Yunfei's strength was originally very strong. Although he was not as strong as Lin Xian, he could still contend with him. But now, he was completely scared out of his wits. Lin Xian's aura was beyond his expectation. It was as if he was not facing a young man, but a minor saint. How could he still dare to attack? In an instant, his body exploded. Many of his bones were broken, and he vomited blood. In the end, he was suppressed in the void by Lin Xian's heavenly steel. Zhang Yunfei was suppressed. Everyone went crazy. The 2 young masters who were with Zhang Yunfei were also scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. But how could the 2 of them escape? Lin Xian attacked fiercely, and the 2 young masters did not dare to fight back. Soon, his body was also blasted apart. Their saint blood flowed wildly, and the 2 young masters lay on the ground like dead dogs. In a simple exchange of blows, Zhang Yunfei and the other 2 geniuses were completely defeated. Lin Xian's body was spotless. Once again, he sat down on the throne, picked up the spirit wine, took a sip, and nodded.
Good wine.
However, the incense stick's time is almost up. Is Yu Qianye still coming? He won't go back on his word, right? As soon as his voice fell, the few demonic beasts in the distance pulled the war chariot over again. It seemed like Yu Qianye had returned. Chapter 3592. After Yu Qianye returned, he looked around at the shattered space and the sky full of blood. He was shocked. When he saw the injured Zhang Yunfei and the 2 young masters, his pupils constricted. What's going on? What happened? Who was it that defeated them? Could it be that a peerless expert attacked? He knew the strength of Zhang Yunfei and the other 2. Moreover, the person who dared to attack Zhang Yunfei must have a terrifying status. He hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang, what happened? Who injured you? Zhang Yunfei and the other 2 climbed up, their bodies trembling. They looked at Lin Xian and vomited blood.
What?
It was this kid who did it. Yu Qianye did not believe that a first heavenly layer ant could injure Zhang Yunfei and the other 2. Oh, you asked what happened? After you left, the 3 of them wanted to discuss martial arts with me, so I taught them personally. Who knew that they were so useless? I was already very merciful, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow. There was no choice. This was the only way. Lin Xian shrugged, looking as if he had expected better from him. This scene made Zhang Yunfei and the other 2 faint from anger. It couldn't be helped. It was too embarrassing. It was really the other party who did it. Yu Qianye was shocked. However, he did not believe that it was the other party's true strength. He guessed that something must have happened. He really had to investigate the other party carefully. At this moment, Lin Xian asked, "Oh right, did you bring the item?" "Humph. Yes, I did." Hearing this, Yu Qianye's face sank again. He threw out a storage ring. Everything was inside. After saying that, he felt a little heartache. That was an astonishing amount of wealth. Even if it was him, he would not be able to take it out so easily. Lin Xian took it, and looked into his soul. Let me count it carefully. If there's a piece missing, I won't forgive you. Then, he counted 3 times with his soul and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, 5 million pounds. Just right. I'll take it then. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and wanted to leave. Yu Qianya spoke again. Young Master Lin.
What?
Is there something else? Do you want to give me more treasures? Lin Xian turned around and asked. Yu Qianya said coldly. I just wanted to tell you that there are some people you can't offend. There are some things that you can't take as you please. Even if you can take it, you might not be able to live to spend it. Young Master Lin, you can leave now. Lin Xian paid no attention to such a threat and turned around to leave. Although the Rain clan was powerful, so what? Wasn't his old enemy, the Great Devil, the successor of the Great Emperor, Yan Nantian, also a very powerful mortal enemy? The 6 great sects were terrifying, but he still did as he said. This was her character. She wouldn't give in to anyone. Therefore, even though he had just arrived at the 2nd astral boundary and met the top families, he was not afraid at all. If he was afraid of this, how could he walk the path of a great emperor? With a flicker of his body, Lin Xian quickly left. On the other side, Yu Qianya's face was gloomy. House he was powerful and respected by thousands of people. No one had ever dared to challenge them. He would not allow anyone to provoke him. The 2nd astral realm wouldn't allow such a powerful person to exist. Absolutely not. Humph, he said indifferently. That kid has 5 million gene of divine crystals and the decree of our Rain clan. These are all heaven-shaking treasures. However, our Rain clan won't take it anymore. Whoever can get it will have it. Don't worry about our Rain clan. After saying that, he turned to leave. After the surrounding people heard that, their scalps went numb. Many of their eyes lit up. Although the other party spoke vaguely, they could tell that this young Master Qianya was instigating the other experts to take action. Actually, even without the other party's words, they were all thinking about this matter. The things in the other party's hands were too precious. However, they did not dare to act rashly. If they robbed that kid and the Rain clan took it back, they wouldn't get any benefits. But now, Yu Qianya said in front of everyone that the Rain clan wouldn't take it anymore. Then, they could take action without restraint. Thinking of this, many figures quickly left and chased after Lin Xian. Yu Qianya sensed this scene, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Kid, I've said it before. Some things can be taken, but not spent. That decree and 5 million divine gems will be the reward for your arrest. I think there will be many people who are willing to kill you. Many people in the surrounding went to assassinate Lin Xian. However, the majority of them failed because they couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. Only a few extremely powerful saints could chase after him. After flying for roughly 3 days, the first saint caught up with Lin Xian. He didn't act immediately because he had seen how terrifying Lin Xian was. At that time, Lin Xian had defeated Zhang Yunfei. However, this person who was secretly chasing after him was a veteran expert. His experience was even greater than Zhang Yunfei's. Although he had seen Lin Xian's powerful killing intent, he didn't think that it was Lin Xian's own. It was very likely that it was some kind of method to intimidate Zhang Yunfei. Lin Xian's true strength wasn't that terrifying. This was the reason why the older generation experts were chasing after him. The old man waited for the second saint. It was a young man who was also a powerful saint. He said, "Let's work together and split the loot equally. What do you think?" The young saint nodded. The two of them flew into the sky and rushed into the distance. Lin Xian flew in the front while looking around. He wanted to ask about Peerless Sacred City. At this moment, he heard the sound of space shattering behind him. Accompanying it was a piercingly cold killing intent that was not concealed at all. There were still people coming. Lin Xian stopped and waited for the two people. Soon he saw the two saints nearby. He said in a low voice, "Another lackey of the Rain clan? Kid, don't be so arrogant. We're not from the Yu clan. That's right. Hand over the decree and 5 million kilograms of divinity, and we'll spare your life." So it was a robbery. Lin Xian paused, but it made sense. This was a shocking amount of wealth. It was definitely enough to make these saints jealous. However, he was very good.
Did these people not know his strength?
How dare the two of you rob me? His eyes were filled with disdain. The two saints laughed. Kid, you may be able to fool Zhang Yunfei, but you can't fool us. We're not young people. We have thousands of years of experience. Your demonic chi is strong, but it's obviously a bluff. That's why you can't scare us with that method. Even if you're strong, so what? We're two veteran saints. It's not a problem for us to suppress you. So, hand over the loot obediently. We don't want to kill you. Chapter 3593. So, I have to thank you for not killing me?
Cut the crap.
If you want what I have, show me what you're capable of. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The two sages emitted light, and the terrifying great Tao of heaven and earth spread out. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his face darkened. A terrifying sword intent emanated from his body, causing the entire starry sky to shake violently.
Sword chi.
Is he a sword saint? The faces of the two veteran sages also changed. When the other party fought with Zhang Yunfei earlier, he used his super strong physique. They did not expect him to be a sword saint. They knew the attack power of a sword saint, so they were prepared to strike first and not let the other party attack. Die, kid. The old man shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder, causing the world to shake. The young sage's body burst out with an unparalleled light. It formed the scene of a lonely mountain. This was the law of the lonely mountain. In addition to the old man's law of sound wave, the two laws quickly swept forward. These two laws were very terrifying. The two of them were confident that they could take down the other party in an instant. Facing the attacks of the two, Lin Xian's body shone brightly. His hand formed a sword of law, and he walked forward. All the mountains looked small. He instantly used a great magic, and his aura rose infinitely. It was as if he was a great emperor, ruling the world. The mountains under his feet became small. The two sages also felt the phenomenon of heaven and earth, and their bodies trembled. They could not help but want to kneel down. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? It's too terrifying. The two of them roared and quickly retreated. At the same time, they resisted the urge to kneel down. Both of their laws arrived in front of Lin Xian and descended in a frenzy. Haha, kid, go to hell. The two of them revealed a sinister smile. It's just a law. It can't do anything to me. His body bloomed with light, and the sword of law in his hand was raised. The sword slashed down, and heaven and earth were destroyed. Billions of stars shook. When the sword slashed down, a terrifying crack appeared in the void at the same time, spreading into the distance. What? How could he be so powerful? The pupils of the two sages in the distance shrank. Their law attacks could not do anything to the other party? I've already said that the two of you can't do anything to me. Since you don't believe me, I can only send you to hell. A cold voice came from behind the old man. The old man was scared out of his wits and quickly turned his head. Damn it, when did you get here? He was too shocked. His soul couldn't find any trace of the other party at all. Spatial divine ability. He was scared out of his wits. No, it wasn't a spatial ability. It was speed. The other party's speed was so fast that he couldn't catch it. What kind of movement technique was that? He didn't know. Damn it. With a furious roar, the law of sound waves formed a large bell that enveloped his body. At the same time, he shook the large bell, releasing a shattering sound that could pierce through the entire world. At such a close distance, I don't believe you can dodge it. Why should I hide? Lin Xian had an amused expression on his face. The sound waves that hit his body produced a heaven-shaking sound. However, that was all. His body was not to be trifled with. This sound wave law could not break through his defense. How was that possible? What was this physique? The old man was stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian's law sword slashed down again. With a single slash, the Soundwave bell was split in half, and the old man was split in half.
Ah!
The old man's soul screamed and wanted to heal, but then it was split into 4 halves. There was no other way. His soul escaped and was directly captured by Lin Xian and sealed in the void. Not good. The other man was so scared that his scalp went numb. He turned around and fled. They had miscalculated. The other party's strength was far beyond their imagination. Can you escape? Lin Xian stomped his foot, and the law flew out, forming a wave that swept across the sky. The wave was like a giant dragon, and also like tens of thousands of sword chi, directly rolling that person into a dumpling. Then, his heart was pierced by tens of thousands of arrows. His soul was out of his body. A lone mountain wrapped around his soul and fled into the depths of the universe, but it was slapped down by a golden palm. The lone mountain was sent flying, and his soul was also caught. Don't kill us. The man was scared out of his wits, and the old man also knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are still useful. Lin Xian sneered and directly suppressed the souls and corpses of the two. He stood in the void and waited quietly. He knew that there was more than one enemy. There must be other pursuers. Sure enough, 4 hours later, a pursuer came. When he saw Lin Xian, he was very excited and quickly rushed over. As for Lin Xian, he looked at him with a sneer. When he came to the front, he realized that something was wrong. Why was this kid's smile so strange? Wait, why was the surrounding atmosphere so strange? This was the blood of a saint. The person who came was also a saint. He was extraordinary, wearing silver armor and holding a crescent scythe. His aura was unbelievably powerful. He should be cultivating the law of the Milky Way. However, at this moment, his face was full of fear. He saw 2 corpses, the corpses of 2 saints. At the same time, he also saw 2 souls being suppressed by 2 golden mountains. Saint Wushan, demonic sound saint. How could you be suppressed by someone? The Milky Way saint was stunned. He realized that the 2 of them were famous saints. Their reputation was greater than his, not weaker. But at this moment, the 2 of them were suppressed by someone. This was too unbelievable. The 2 saints looked at the Milky Way saint with horror. The Milky Way saint gasped.
Could it be you?
He looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Why are you surprised? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Wow, it's really you. The Milky Way saint turned around and fled, but he was enveloped by a rain of swords. The law of the 5 elements formed a rain of swords that enveloped the world. Can you escape? Misunderstanding. This was a misunderstanding. The Milky Way saint's expression was ugly. He knew that this kid was not so simple. He only chased after him because he was possessed. A misunderstanding, right? How do you plan to make up for this misunderstanding? Lin Xian asked. The Milky Way saint was also a smart person. He said that he was willing to give up all his treasures, including his storage ring, in exchange for his life. He had seen the fate of the 2 saints. He didn't want to be skinned alive, so he could only offer his treasures and beg for mercy. You are very smart. I won't kill you. Hand over your treasures. After taking away all of the treasures and storage rings, Lin Xian released the other party. Next, in 3 days, 21 saints came to chase after him. They ended up like the Silver Lotus Saint. They were scared out of their wits and handed over all their treasures. The 2 people who were suppressed next to him were dumbfounded. Chapter 3594. The 2 sages were stunned. This was too unbelievable. Damn it, the net worth of these 21 sages added together was a shocking amount of wealth. How could he get it so easily? They didn't dare to imagine the speed of his wealth. Next, Lin Xian began to cultivate. He used the resources he had just obtained to break through and was finally only 1 step away from becoming a level 2 sage. On this day, Lin Xian was still cultivating. Suddenly, a roar came from the universe. It was abnormally low. Lin Xian's soul trembled, and the blood in his body roared. A dragon's roar came from his body, as if it was responding to the roar. This scene caused Lin Xian to open his eyes immediately. He stood up and scanned his surroundings. What was going on? This sound was so strange that it could resonate with the great dragon sword soul. What was the sound? He looked at the two souls that were still being suppressed and asked coldly, "Did you hear that sound just now?" The two souls were already trembling in fear. When they heard Lin Xian's question, they quickly nodded. "Then tell me, where did this sound come from?" "We don't know either. This sound has been around for 3 years. It will appear every once in a while. It makes one's soul tremble and want to kneel down. But where did it come from?" "We don't know either. It has been going on for 3 years?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He looked at the two souls and said coldly, "Do you want to live? If you want to live, go and find this information. I'll give you 10 days. If you can find useful information, I'll consider sparing your lives." "Really?" "Thank you, young master." The two souls were so excited that they were about to cry. Then, Lin Xian left a sword intent on the two souls. If they dared to do anything, he could guarantee that their souls would be destroyed immediately. After the two souls left the Golden Mountain, they merged with their bodies and quickly turned into streams of light. They desperately tried to find information. Finally, on the 9th day, the two souls returned. They said, "Young master, we found some information." The sound came from the east. "If you want to find it, go to the east," the old man said in a deep voice. It was said that this sound had already attracted the attention of many saints. Many experts had already arrived and were preparing to investigate. "Young master, head east, and you might meet them. When the time comes, young master can follow them." "Dongfang?" Lin Xian frowned. Given the identities of these two, they had only managed to find a single direction after searching with all their might for so long. How mysterious. But at least he knew the direction. He said, "All right, I'll spare your lives. Thank you, young master." The two of them were deeply grateful. They handed over all of their magical treasures and left in a hurry. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian put away their resources. Then, he looked to the east and left quickly. After flying east for about 10 days, Lin Xian still didn't find anything. On this day, he was floating in space when he suddenly saw 3 streaks of light streaking across the sky. The 3 streaks of light did not ride on spirit boats. Instead, they relied on their physical strength to fly in the air. This was a little saint. Lin Xian was shocked. There were 3 minor saints, and all of them were heading in the same direction. It seemed that he was going to find that place. He quickly performed the Kuan-Peng movement technique and followed behind them silently. After following them for about half a month, he stopped. The 3 minor saints directly landed on the star world in front of them. Lin Xian did not land immediately. Instead, he stopped and looked around cautiously. After waiting for 2 days, he found that in addition to the 3 minor saints, there were many other figures flying toward the star. "Black Mountain, can you see anything?" Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain also sent out his soul to sense it. Then, he said, "The aura of the star is very strange. It seems to contain something huge. But what is it? I'm not sure." "It's you." At this moment, a voice sounded from behind him. Lin Xian was stunned and turned around. Could he meet someone he knew here?
Who was it?
Could it be those people from the Rain Clan? His body shone brightly, and his sword Qi was ready to be released. But when he saw the person, he was stunned. He knew the person behind him. He had seen him when he was refining gold. Yuan Mo. The people from Wushuang City had helped him stop Lei Qianzhong and the others. "So, it's Brother Yuan Mo, long time no see." Yuan Mo smiled. "Indeed, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to come to the second star world. How is it? Are you going to participate in the Holy City's examination?" "Yes, that's right." Lin Xian nodded. He asked. I'm not sure about the details. I hope Brother Yuan Mo can give me some advice. Yuan Mo said, that's easy. There's still some time before the Holy City's examination. You'll know when the time comes. It's useless for me to tell you now. After he finished speaking, he was puzzled. Why are you here? When I was flying, I heard a strange roar. I followed the sound and came here. So you heard it too? Yuan Mo sighed. Lin Xian asked, I don't know what kind of demonic beast is roaring. I saw many minor saints coming. This was related to a certain matter. 3 years ago, there was a strange roar that could shake one's soul, making one's blood boil. After many experts and saints searched for it, they finally found the source of the roar. It's the world you see. It's called the Azure Tree Planet. What kind of demonic beast is it? Brother Yuan Mo, do you know? Lin Xian asked. I'm not sure. There are many guesses, but I don't know what kind of demonic beast it is. However, they all guessed that it's an ancient demonic beast that was sealed here. Brother Lin, I know that your talent is pretty good, but this place is simply way too dangerous for you. There are many experts and minor saints here. If you're not careful, you might be affected by the battle. So, I advise you to leave quickly. Find a world to settle down and cultivate. When the Holy City accepts disciples, you can participate in the examination. I'm just passing by and want to take a look. This place is too complicated. Thank you for your kindness. Brother Yuan Mo, don't worry. I'm just taking a look. If the situation is not right, I'll leave quickly. I'm confident in my speed. Lin Xian smiled and said, Brother Yuan Mo, since you want to explore, why don't we go together?
All right.
Yuan Mo nodded. If it's just a look, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Moreover, he admired Lin Xian very much and wanted to befriend him. Therefore, the two of them discussed and flew towards the world of stars below together. Chapter 30, 595. Greenwood Star was filled with immortal energy. After entering, it was surrounded by mountains and immortal mist. Immortal herbs were in full bloom, and there were even all sorts of spirit beasts flying around. It was like a paradise. It was shocking. Everyone please search for it. A novel. This was a wood-type world, so there were a lot of plants and spiritual herbs. After Lin Xian entered, he was extremely surprised. How could there be strange roars in a place like this? It was unbelievable. Brother Lin, this way. The two of them flew across the sky and passed through countless mountains. Finally, they arrived at an unusual place. The place was very quiet, and there was a huge mountain standing in the middle of the land. It was very strange. It was called the Ancient Tower of Heaven. Yuan Mo explained. Lin Xian looked forward too. His eyes were shining and he was shocked. He realized that the Ancient Tower of Heaven was actually a huge mountain. It was just that someone had modified it and hollowed it out to make it look like an ancient tower. The entire Ancient Tower of Heaven was dark gray. The stones on the surface were carved with complicated and mysterious runes. There was an indescribable aura flowing around them. Anyway, it made people feel that this place was very mysterious and unusual. This aura. Lin Xian frowned. Why did it feel so similar to the death mist in the scattered star ocean? Moreover, he was cultivating the Taiji art now. He could sense the power of the death mist very clearly. That was why he had discovered this when he had just arrived. Seeing Lin Xian frown, Yuan Mo asked, Brother Lin, did you notice something special? Lin Xian said. This aura was very similar to the death mist. Yuan Mo's eyes lit up. You sensed it so quickly?
He was really shocked.
Because this aura was very faint. He had heard it from others. If it wasn't for someone introducing it, it would be very difficult to sense it by himself. But he didn't expect Lin Xian to sense it so quickly. He was really shocked. He said that this ancient tower of heaven was indeed related to the death mist, because it was said that this ancient tower was brought out from the death mist by a sage. It was placed in the Greenwood Star. He wanted to use the strong vitality of the Greenwood Star to dissolve the death mist inside. Lin Xian was even more surprised. But thinking about it, if it was the greenwood star, it could really dissolve the death mist. There were many strong vitality spiritual veins here. The vigorous vitality could dissolve the death mist. But who would want to do this? Why did he have to dissolve the death aura of the ancient heavenly tower? What was hidden in the ancient tower of heaven? It really made people feel that there was nothing mysterious about it. They were relatively far away. At this moment, many figures had already appeared in the surroundings, all of them observing in secret. Clearly, they were all trying to find out the secrets of the ancient heavenly tower. The two of them watched from afar for a while before Lin Xian suggested to take a closer look. Because he felt that this ancient heavenly tower was not ordinary, he wanted to take a closer look. The two flew Xian. When they arrived at the front of the heavenly tower, Su Chun could feel the magnificence of the tower. It also carried a desolate aura. Clearly, the ancient clear heaven tower had definitely existed for tens of thousands of years.
Who brought it out from the death mist?
There were many sages around. When they saw Lin Xian and Yuan Mo, they just glanced at them and didn't pay attention. Yuan Mo was strong, but Lin Xian's cultivation was weak. A level 1 ant coming here was simply courting death. So the sages around didn't care at all. Lin Xian ignored them. He just wanted to check it out. He flew a few rounds around the ancient tower of heaven with a serious expression. The death mist here was too mysterious. Suddenly, his body trembled. His soul seemed to be about to shatter. He heard a voice ring in his ear. The voice was ancient and deep. It was like 10,000 claps of thunder, directly knocking him out. Yin and Yang reappear. I want to fight immortals. The voice was so terrifying that Lin Xian's face turned pale. He almost fell from the sky. He quickly adjusted his body and landed quickly. What's wrong, Brother Lin? Yuan Mo, who was beside him, also noticed that something was wrong. Lin Xian's face was pale, without a trace of blood, and sweat was flowing down his forehead. It was unbelievable. One had to know that he had witnessed Lin Xian's strength and thought highly of him. But now, the other party's expression was too painful. Could it be that someone was plotting against him? He looked at the sages in all directions. That shouldn't be. These sages were very strong. How could they plot against someone at level 1? Could it be that they had a grudge? Yuan Mo couldn't understand. He asked, Brother Lin, what's wrong? Lin Xian mobilized his body and laws to suppress his qi and blood. He also swallowed some treasures to calm his soul. After a while, he said, Didn't you hear it? Hear what? Yuan Mo was stunned. Lin Xian said, You really didn't hear such a loud voice. Yuan Mo was stunned. Are you talking about the roar? He remembered a few days ago, but he didn't hear it recently. What's wrong? Brother Lin, what did you find? You didn't hear it? Lin Xian was surprised. How is that possible? The voice just now was so loud that it contained the power of thunder. It shook him so much that his qi and blood were roiling, and he was almost injured. How could the other party not hear it? He looked in all directions and found that the sages around him were also expressionless. They didn't seem to hear any strange sounds. What's going on? Could it be that I'm hallucinating? No. Maybe I heard it wrong? This place is too strange. Indeed. Yuan Mo nodded. Even a small saint can't figure it out. I said that the water here is very deep. Let's explore for a while and leave. Lin Xian looked at the heaven-reaching tower again and flew carefully. At the same time, he asked, Black Mountain, did you hear anything just now? I didn't. Kid, what did you hear? Your behavior just now was very abnormal. You're injured. I did feel an impact, and I heard a sound that exploded in my ears. What? What sound did you hear? Black Mountain asked hurriedly. Yin and Yang reappear. I want to fight immortals. What does this mean? Is Black Mountain also confused? Obviously, this person is unwilling, but are there really immortals in this world? What kind of existence can fight immortals? Kid, are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? Black Mountain was puzzled. Even if he was the remnant soul of the great sage, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Lin Xian asked. The heaven-reaching tower is so famous. Haven't you heard of it? Black Mountain said. The universe is too big. There are too many famous things. I can't understand them all. Chapter 3596. Lin Xian was silent. The reappearance of yin and yang. I want to fight an immortal. What does that mean? Could there be an ancient expert sealed below? Could the reappearance of yin and yang have something to do with yin and yang? One should know that he had cultivated the Taiji art, which contained the power of yin and yang. Perhaps it had something to do with his arrival. Also, I want to fight an immortal. This was huge news. Were there really immortals in this world? Was the other party an emperor? Daring to fight an immortal? He had no idea about any of this. Roar. At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar came from the heaven-reaching tower. The sound wave was extremely terrifying, and it reverberated through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Novels. As a result, the surrounding void started to shatter rapidly. Retreat. Yuan Mo roared. Lin Xian also used the Kunpeng movement technique and retreated quickly. As soon as they left, the void where they were previously shattered and turned into chaos. Everyone retreated. This sound wave was really too powerful. At this moment, countless rays of light surged out of the heaven-reaching tower, piercing through the void. The laws of heaven and earth flickered in the air. Obviously, everyone had finally locked onto their target this time. The roar came from the heaven-reaching tower. These people were extremely powerful. There were even a few figures who brought with them terrifying natural laws. They arrived in the vicinity of the ancient heavenly tower and locked down the entire area. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated to a safe distance as they watched on in shock. The area 100,000 miles ahead had become a terrifying forbidden area. There were only a few figures standing there, and the rest could only stay far away. One of them was a man with powerful blood qi. There were terrifying laws around him. From afar, it looked like it was raining laws. Who would have thought that the heaven-reaching tower would attract the attention of so many people? It was really surprising. The man spoke, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. Beside him, there were a few other experts. Their statuses and auras were extraordinary. Each and every one of them looked like war gods as they stood in that space. The mighty man in front said loudly, I'm sure everyone has felt the roar just now. That sound wave is not something an ordinary sage can resist.
This is just the outside.
Who knows how terrifying that thing is? So I'll give everyone a warning. Those who are weak, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, there was a good chance that he would lose his life here. My Rain clan has always maintained the order and peace of the second astral realm. I don't wish to see many fellow Taoists fall here and cause a great disaster. The voice clearly spread in all directions. After Lin Xian heard it from afar, he was extremely shocked. It was someone from the Rain clan. This man was actually an expert from the language tribe. His name was Yu Bihe. He was one of the most famous and powerful members of the Rain clan's younger generation. For him to personally come this time around, it would appear that the Rain clan was determined to obtain the items in the heaven-reaching ancient building. Yuan Mo explained in a low voice. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he listened. Rain clan? Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. However, he did not act blindly without thinking. After all, Yu Bihe was very strong. Was the Rain clan already this powerful? Do you think you can get rid of us with just a few words? Someone snorted coldly. Behind that person, there was a gigantic phantom of a demonic beast. It was blurry and had a pair of blood-red eyes, giving off an aura that could destroy one's soul. It made one's scalp go numb. The other saints also sneered. The secret of the heaven-reaching ancient building had been spread around for a long time. It was not easy for them to wait until today. How could they leave just because of a few words? Even the saints in the surroundings were constantly pacing back and forth. Although they did not dare to go immediately, none of them left. As long as there was an opportunity or a chaotic battle, they might be able to fish in troubled waters. The heaven-reaching ancient building is indeed dangerous. That's why we have to stay here and work together with the Rain Clan's fellow Taoists to break it. That's right. If we work together, there's still a chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter. A few people said coldly. This made Yubihi's face turn cold. He sneered. Since you guys don't want to leave, then forget it. I've already warned you guys. The Rain Clan no longer paid attention to the saints in the surroundings. Instead, they began to carefully size up the heaven-reaching ancient building. For a moment, everyone was observing. None of them dared to enter rashly.
Boom.
At this moment, the void shattered. A golden light shone from afar. A figure quickly glided over. He stood directly in front of the heaven-reaching ancient building. This scene shocked everyone. Who was it that was so daring? The heaven-reaching ancient building was incomparably powerful. The talisman engraved on the surface was extremely mysterious. So many saints did not dare to get too close, but someone actually dared to stand directly in front of it. Wasn't this too bold? Even Yuan Mo was surprised. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. In the next moment he saw a person. It was a young man. That young man had a heroic appearance. He wore a golden feather robe that was surrounded by a terrifying light. It was extremely dazzling. It was Di Ling. Many people exclaimed. It was obvious that they recognized this young man. After Lin Xian heard it, he was also greatly surprised. What, Di Ling? He was Di Ling. He was really too shocked. When he was in the first astral realm, he had heard of this name more than once. However, he had never seen it before. He did not expect that not long after he arrived in the second astral realm, he would see this legendary genius. The other party was indeed very powerful. His body's laws far surpassed his. He was even more tyrannical than the Rain Clan's expert, Yubi. This Di Ling was too terrifying. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Beside him, Yuan Mo also said that this person was very powerful. Although he was more than 1,000 years old, he was still more than 1,000 years old. However, he was only around 1,100 years old. He was still very young. He was already 1,100 years old. Lin Xian was surprised. Then he felt relieved. He was less than 100 years old. The other party was more than 1,000 years old. No wonder his laws were so strong. The fourth heaven saint was almost at the fifth heaven saint realm. He was really too strong. However, the other party was so powerful that he dared to directly descend on the heaven-reaching ancient building. He did not even put some of the surrounding minor saints in his eyes. The other party was talented and strong. He indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant and proud. Furthermore, the power behind the other party must be extremely terrifying. After Di Ling, many experts descended. There was no lack of minor saints. However, none of them dared to fight in the heaven-reaching ancient building like Di Ling. They were all fighting in a separate area. The people around them were watching nervously. They did not know when these experts would go in. They could also fish in troubled waters. They waited for about 7 days and 7 nights. On this night, the moon was very round. It was like a silver plate that hung in the sky. Today was the day of the full moon. Chapter 30, 597. The other saints also looked up at the moon and nodded. Indeed, it was time to take action. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the next full moon. The full moon of Azure Tree Star was different from other places. It didn't come once a month, but once a year. If they missed it tonight, they would have to wait until the next year. Obviously, this full moon was related to the formation around the heaven-reaching tower. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the time when the formation was at its weakest to break the formation. Yubieha's eyes flickered. He whispered to the Rain Clan's experts behind him to prepare for the next attack. The other minor saints also had terrifying laws around their bodies. They were all ready to attack the heaven-reaching tower. Di Ling took the lead. With a long roar, the sound wave shattered the void. The golden feather robe on his body turned into a terrifying ray of light and slashed forward. Behind him, the Rain Clan's experts and the surrounding minor saints also took action. All kinds of laws of heaven and earth bloomed, shrouding the heaven-reaching tower. This terrifying scene caused the crowd to continuously retreat. Yuan Mo also said, "Brother Lin, this place is too dangerous. Those experts will definitely use their full strength later. We'd better go to a safe place." Lin Xian nodded and retreated to a few million li away. The surrounding people also retreated, but they retreated to 100,000 li or a few 100,000 li. Lin Xian and Di Ling retreated to a few million li, which was much closer to them. Many people even showed disdain when they saw Lin Xian and Di Ling retreating so far away. They were so afraid of death and still dared to come here to look for opportunities. In front of them, the heaven-reaching tower was constantly shaking under the impact of the laws. It seemed like it would collapse at any time, but it didn't. The black stone was abnormally hard. The talisman on it also flickered. Suddenly, a terrifying black mist emerged from the windows of the heaven-reaching tower, sweeping in all directions. As soon as the black mist appeared, it devoured the laws of heaven and earth and shrouded the area. Not good. Those minor saints sensed the aura of death and quickly retreated. "It's the death mist!" Someone screamed, and figures quickly retreated. The little saints and even the Rain Clan's experts all had great skills and exceptional great divine abilities. They retreated extremely quickly. Those who were a few 100,000 li away did not run away. Their vitality was instantly sucked out by the death mist. They turned into bones. Before this, they were mocking Lin Xian, but they didn't know that they were the pitiful ones. They didn't have great strength and cultivation base, but they still wanted to take advantage of the situation. But now, they were finally killed by the death mist. Yuan Mo was also shocked. "Fortunately, we retreated far away. Otherwise, we would be dead now." Even Lin Xian was shocked. Was this really the mist of death? He was simply too shocked. Previously, he had sensed the aura of the death mist in the heaven-reaching tower. However, he now knew the reason. The heaven-reaching ancient tower had been brought here by some unparalleled powerhouse in the mist of death. But now he realized that this wasn't the case. Ancient. At this moment, the death mist was being released to the surroundings due to the impact of the outside world. How much death mist was there in the heaven-reaching ancient tower? He didn't know, but he felt that this was a chance. Because he had the Tai Chi art, he could go to the heaven-reaching ancient tower without being threatened by the death mist. Before this, Lin Xian was still nervous. With so many minor saints and experts here, it would be difficult for him to explore the tower. But now he realized that it wasn't the case. The death mist might be his biggest help. Di Ling, Bi He, and those experts soared into the sky and were surrounded by the death mist. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at the tower below with flickering eyes. After the death mist was released, a deep roar was heard from the heaven-reaching ancient tower. Then, a huge shadow appeared behind the heaven-reaching ancient tower. The shadow was very terrifying. Its eyes were shining with a clear light that made people's scalp numb. It was the phantom of a demonic beast. It seemed like there was an ancient demonic beast suppressed in the tower. The light was just an illusion.
It was so terrifying.
What exactly was it?
Boom, boom.
Between the sky and the earth, the enormous black illusory figure disappeared. The pitch-black door of the ancient building slowly opened. Death mist came out from the gate. The gate was opened, and the formation was broken, but the death mist was still here. It was not easy to deal with it. What should we do? Should we retreat? The experts of the Rain Clan frowned and asked. Yu Bieha snorted coldly. No matter, let's wait a little longer. Although the heaven-reaching tower was powerful, it couldn't contain too much death mist. After all, this was not the scattered star ocean, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, the experts of the Rain clan heaved a sigh of relief. The eyes of the other experts flickered. Indeed, as Ubieha said, there couldn't be too much death mist here. Sure enough, after waiting for 10 days, the death mist gradually became thinner and was no longer as dense. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the death mist became thinner, it was still not something that everyone could bear. A few third heavenly layer saints wanted to break through. But as soon as they got close, their skin dried up and became full of wrinkles. It was difficult for them to move. They screamed, "No, my life. Damn it, I lost 500 years of my life. I lost 300 years." These people screamed crazily and quickly retreated. Only those true minor saints could rely on the power of heaven and earth to open their saint domain and resist the death mist. Of course, there were some exceptions. For example, Ubieha was a 5th heavenly layer saint who had not reached the minor saint realm. However, he could still resist the death mist, because he had a decree of the Rain clan in his hand. The decree of the Rain clan shot out countless rays of light and enveloped him. It blocked the death mist. In addition, there was also D-Ling. D-Ling's green wings formed a terrifying ball of light, making him look like a divine being. Needless to say, this was an extremely terrifying battle armor. It was a saint tool, a defensive type saint tool. It could definitely block the death mist. Brat, this place is really a good place for you to display your skills. Hurry up and go in. Otherwise, the treasure will be taken away by others. Hey Sean transmitted his voice. Lin Xian took a deep breath after hearing this. There was no need to rush. Didn't you see that those minor saints did not go in? If we go in now, we will definitely attract attention. A 1st heavenly layer saint must have some trump cards if he's not an idiot to go in rashly. If they find out my secret, I'm afraid I'll be cut into pieces. So, we'll wait for them to go in first. According to my guess, it won't be easy for them to get what they want. Chapter 30, 598. You're getting smarter and smarter. He Shan praised, although he hadn't been following Lin Xian for a long time. However, he could feel that Lin Xian was improving every day, whether it was his cultivation base or his knowledge. Next, he waited patiently. The minor saints in front of him were preparing to attack. The experts of the Rain clan were also preparing. D-Ling's eyes shone with a cold light. He looked like a deity as he took the lead and rushed towards the heaven-reaching ancient tower. The death mist around him was sliced apart by the armor on his body. He turned into a torrent and entered the heaven-reaching ancient tower. The people around him were amazed. D-Ling was indeed a legendary genius. He was too strong. Even the minor saints didn't dare to get close to the tower, but he dared to enter. The minor saints snorted when they saw this scene. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They moved out one after another. On the other side, Ubieha also activated the Rain Bamboo decree. It wrapped around him and the experts of the Rain clan and entered the tower. Streams of light entered the heaven-reaching ancient tower. Seeing that the minor saints had entered the tower, the other saints were also eager to enter. They began to try to enter the heaven-reaching ancient tower. Some of them were careful and managed to enter the tower. Of course, some were unlucky and came back screaming. Their heads turned white, and some turned into white bones. In short, it was extremely dangerous to enter the tower. After staring for a while, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He said, "Brother Yuanimo, do you want to go in and have a look?" Yuanimo was shocked. "You want to go in? Don't joke around. Didn't you see that many people had died? Even if they were strong enough to come out, they would lose a few hundred years of their lifespan." Yuan Mo's face turned pale. He felt that Lin Xian was joking. Lin Xian said, "I saw it. However, I have a way to go in." "Thank you very much. We'll meet again, if fate wills it." Lin Xian waved his hand and soared into the sky, flying towards the ancient tower. Holy shit! Yuan Imo went crazy. His eyes widened in disbelief. He thought that the other party was just joking. Who would have thought that the other party was really interested? Did this brat not want his life anymore? It was hard for him to imagine how a person at the first celestial layer could be so audacious. One had to know that even he did not dare to enter. When he saw Lin Xian really enter the ancient tower and disappear, he felt that everything was unreal. The other party had really entered. However, would they be able to find any treasures after entering? Or were they killed by those powerful little saints with a single strike? Sigh, what a waste of a genius. Yuan Imo shook his head and left. Lin Xian did not know what the other party was thinking. He had entered because he had the Taiji art and could ignore the death fog. He could even make use of the death fog. This was his greatest trump card. After entering, Lin Xian discovered that the Tongtian Tower had its own space. It was much bigger than what it looked like from the outside. It was like a small independent world. The person who built the ancient Clear Heaven Tower must have used a peerless divine ability array to create it. I wonder what's hidden in this place? He looked around and found that there was still a death fog in the ancient Clear Heaven Tower. However, the death fog was usually at a higher altitude. As long as they flew at a low altitude, they would not encounter any danger for the time being. There were many figures in front of them, investigating. Lin Xian followed behind them. There were still people entering from behind. At this moment, someone screamed because there were blood-red eyes opening in the death fog above them. They emitted a cold light with monstrous killing intent. Pairs of red eyes were extremely terrifying. It made one's scalp tingle. Damn it, how could it be possible? There were living things in the death fog. What kind of existence was it? It was not afraid of the power of death.
Buzz. Buzz.
Those blood-red eyes walked out, and everyone saw black figures one after another. They looked like death warriors. Those red eyes were made of divine crystals. They were not humans, but puppets. Puppets? No wonder. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were made by puppeteers and had no life. That was why they were not afraid of the power of death. As soon as these puppets came out, they stared at the intruders and began to attack. It seemed that their duty was to protect the ancient Clear Heaven Tower. No one was allowed to enter. The battle in front of them exploded. The laws danced in the air again. Vast energy surged. Fortunately, the space in the ancient Clear Heaven Tower was really big. Otherwise, with so many saints attacking at the same time, this place would have been destroyed. Moreover, Lin Xian also sensed that the space inside had formed its own laws. It had a certain suppressive effect on the laws outside. Basically, half of the power was suppressed. It was really a terrifying ancient building. If the owner of the ancient building appeared at this time, killing these minor saints would be as easy as blowing off dust. Swoosh! 3 puppets rushed towards Lin Xian. They held dark blades in their hands that flickered with cold light. They wanted to cut Lin Xian's body in half. How terrifying! These death puppets were actually so powerful. They were much more powerful than ordinary sages. Moreover, they carried the aura of death fog that made one's hair stand on end. Kid, I guess the person who made these puppets should have combined the power of the death fog. So, you can try using your Tai Chi art. He Shan transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded after listening. He circulated the Tai Chi art. The Tai Chi art in his body rotated, and a dark force of Yin flowed out. The 3 puppets in front of him stopped. Their red eyes revealed a trace of doubt. They couldn't lock onto their target. The intruder in front of them was emitting the same aura as them. He was one of their own. These puppets instantly gave up on Lin Xian and rushed towards the people around him. Some people rushed over from behind. They were attacked the moment they arrived and immediately counterattacked crazily. The 3 puppets were all killed. The gazes of these people swept in all directions. Some of the powerful ones frowned when they saw Lin Xian. A first heaven saint could actually come here. This was really unexpected. He was probably a young junior who came here with an expert from his family or sect. Otherwise, how could he come here with his own strength? Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Leave quickly. No matter which family you are from, you are too weak. Your elders can't protect you. Those people had cold smiles on their faces as they ignored Lin Xian. Because in their opinion, entering this place with such a cultivation base was simply courting death. At this time, this place was full of danger. There were puppets and death fog. Even a minor saint would be on high alert. Chapter 3599. For example, Lin Xian was targeted by the 3 dark puppets. If they did not appear, the 3 undead puppets would have killed him in an instant. Of course, that was what they thought. Lin Xian was secretly delighted when he saw that these people were ignoring him. This was great. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. He wanted everyone to ignore him. This way, he would be safer. After coming up with a plan, Lin Xian was still following from afar, ready to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, a minor saint in front of him made his move. He took out a bronze lamp and lit it up. The bronze lamp flickered, and the flame emitted a strange flame. Suddenly, the undead puppets in the surroundings retreated like the tide. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked when he saw this. What kind of ancient lamp was this? It actually had such a strange effect. That was the longevity lamp. It was formed from the fire of the sun after thousands of years of refinement. It was specially made to restrain evil spirits. It was able to restrain the power of death. Shan explained. For example, your 9-yang divine body. If you reach great mastery and use it after entering, I reckon all the undead puppets will have to retreat. The experts in front kept searching. Finally, someone dug out an item. It was a crystal the size of a fist. It was crystal clear, and there was a trace of red liquid sealed in it. Good stuff. There was a strange aura on the crystal. It probably contained a mysterious energy. Suddenly, the eyes of the experts in the surroundings turned red. Get lost. This is mine. One of them roared and stretched out his palm. The light was as bright as the sun. Another person shouted angrily, "Go to hell." A ray of sword light cut through the sky with a terrifying law.
Boom, boom, boom.
The terrifying collision of laws was like a million mountains collapsing. It was shocking. Those people began to fight. Cracks began to appear on the crystal as everyone fought over it. It looked like it was about to shatter. Not good, kid. Leave quickly. There's something wrong with that thing. Shan transmitted his voice. Lin Xian did not say anything after hearing this. He used the Kuan Peng movement technique and left in an instant. As soon as he left, the crystal that everyone was fighting for finally cracked. With a crack, it broke. Red liquid flowed out of it. A tinkling sound was heard. It was like the sound of spring water. The sound was very pleasant to the ears, but the space in that area had completely sunk. Countless large cracks appeared, and the bodies of the surrounding sages were instantly torn apart, and they screamed like crazy. Some were beaten into a bloody mist, while others had their arms and heads chopped off.
Run.
Those people were alarmed and fled one after another. Lin Xian also felt a wave of lingering fear. What was that thing? It was too terrifying. Black Mountain Road. That was the blood of a saint, an extremely terrifying one at that. The blood of a saint. A drop of a saint's blood could kill countless kings. This was something that Lin Xian had known for a long time. Now, these saints had been killed by an even more terrifying drop of blood. What was the strength of the other party? Sage King? The Great Sage? Or even more terrifying? He didn't know. However, this one was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. A drop of blood floated there like a pill, emitting a demonic light. However, none of the saints dared to approach it. It turned out to be such a powerful saint's blood. What an unexpected surprise. At that moment, a stream of light flew over from afar and turned into a human figure. It was Di Ling. He had actually turned back from the front. Everyone was shocked. Di Ling belonged to the frontline troops. They didn't expect him to turn back from the front. Could it be that he was here for the saint's blood? Humph. Some of the saints also sneered. Di Ling was famous, but so what? There were so many of them, but they couldn't get that drop of blood. Could the other party do it? They didn't think so. Humph. Let's see what this so-called genius is capable of. Yu Bieha stood in the void with a cold smile on his face. The others also looked at it. Lin Xian also watched silently from afar. Di Ling was wearing a pair of golden wings, looking like a god. He looked at the blood that was emitting a terrifying light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He formed a seal with his palms, opened his mouth, and spat out something. At first, that thing was only the size of a finger. However, it kept growing as soon as it came out. Finally, it appeared in front of everyone. That was? When everyone saw that thing, they were all stunned. Then, their scalps went numb. Damn it! Why is it that thing? They all went crazy. Even Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe it. To be honest, he wasn't surprised by what Di Ling spat out because he was wearing a sane artifact. Lin Xian felt that it was normal for him to spit out another sane artifact. However, he really didn't expect the thing that Di Ling spat out. It was a coffin, a green coffin. He didn't know what material it was made of. At this moment, it was floating in the void, looking incomparably strange. Damn it, what's going on? There was a coffin in Di Ling's body. Everyone went crazy. Lin Xian also frowned. He Shan also said, damn it, this guy is strange. Be careful. Rain Clan and Yu Bieha's side were also shocked. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Having a coffin growing within one's body was too bad for cultivation, wasn't it? Who was buried in the coffin? Why did he have to carry it with him? Could it be because of that thing? He thought of the power behind Di Ling and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Di Ling had actually brought that thing out? No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to ignore them and so many minor saints. It turned out that he was relying on that thing. Facing everyone's surprised and fearful eyes, Di Ling sneered. His palms formed a seal, and the green coffin shone brightly. It absorbed the drop of saint's blood. Nothing happened? The surrounding sages were terrified. Previously, when they were fighting for it, they were all injured. But now, nothing happened to the cyan coffin. Just what was inside. Di Ling once again swallowed the green coffin into his body, and then looked around. Then, he said coldly, if anyone finds this blood again in the future, tell me directly. I'll reward you handsomely. Everyone went on their way again. Lin Xian continued to follow. At this moment, he was stunned because he felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. He turned his head abruptly and saw a middle-aged man behind him. He had a pale face and no beard, like a scholar. At this moment, he was staring at him, which made his hair stand on end. Who is this person? Lin Xian thought carefully and realized that he didn't know this person at all. He turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, the middle-aged man behind him spoke. It's not easy for a sky layer cultivator to come here and live until now. It's really surprising. I'm curious. What kind of trump card and confidence do you have to come here and fish in troubled waters under the hands of so many experts? Chapter 30, 600. Hearing this, Lin Xian's body trembled. He had a bad premonition that he was being watched. He had been so careful and kept a low profile because he didn't want to be watched by an expert. Is not equal to, but he didn't expect that someone would still notice him.
Who are you?
I don't understand what you mean. I came here with my elders. Lin Xian said coldly. Is that so? Then explain why the 3 undead puppets didn't attack you. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Damn it, He had been discovered by the other party. The other sages didn't notice this before, but the other party did. Could it be that the other party had been watching him? Who was this person? Tell me your secret. Don't blame me for making a move. The middle-aged man emitted an extremely dangerous aura. At this moment, the surrounding sages had already followed Di Ling and the others and rushed forward. There weren't many people around. Only the two of them were left. The middle-aged man seemed to want to make a move. Lin Xian was thinking about how to act. At this moment, He Shan said, "He's not as simple as he looks. Don't act rashly." Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He did want to make a move because the middle-aged man in front of him was only a level 3 sage. If he attacked with his full strength, he might be able to kill the other party. But He Shan warned him not to make a move. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was hiding his cultivation and strength? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. At this moment, He Shan said, "Let me do it. He's more complicated than you think." He Shan came out. A terrifying demonic aura enveloped Lin Xian. It was as if Lin Xian was possessed. "Don't make a move. We're the same kind of people," He Shan said coldly. The beardless middle-aged man was also stunned. There was indeed a problem. He sneered. "Let's not talk about me. Aren't you the same? Did you descend?" He Shan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's aura surged and his aura changed. His aura also changed, as if he was possessed by an old monster. He said, "You're right. You can actually see that I've descended. It seems like you're not weak either. Which faction do you belong to? Don't worry about which side I'm on. Let's talk about the possibility of us working together," He Shan asked. That middle-aged man laughed coldly. He was like an old monster. Joining hands? There was no rush. Let's observe the situation first. At the very least, he had to figure out what was in this place. After saying that, the terrifying aura on his body disappeared. Then he turned around and flew forward.
Soon he left.
Black Mountain only returned to the pendant after the other party had left. Lin Xian asked, "What was going on? Did he also have an old monster with him?" He guessed that the middle-aged man must have an extremely terrifying Saint Remnant soul by his side, just like him. Black Mountain, on the other hand, said that something wasn't right. He didn't have an old monster by his side. Instead, some old monster had used a descending technique and refined him into a clone. The other party's true body might be a holy venerate or even stronger. Thus, that clone was also incomparably terrifying. Because of that, he was able to see that you were extraordinary. So that was the case. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed like the water in this heaven-reaching tower was really deep. First, there were few minor saints, then there was Di Mausoleum. This kind of peerless genius even had a mysterious coffin in his body. In the end, even the clone of a holy venerate came. Who would be able to get the treasure in the end? Lin Xian felt an immense amount of pressure. His body swayed, and he walked forward more carefully. Finally, he caught up with the group in front of him again. At this time, he saw that the scene in front of him had changed. In the sky, there was a huge river surging and roaring. It looked like the Milky Way. The river would occasionally flow into and out of the death mist. There was light on it, but no one knew where it was flowing to. Not only him, but even the little saints in front of him were shocked by this scene. There was actually a river in the heaven-reaching tower. It was really strange. Moreover, they found many corpses in the river. They had all turned into white bones. Moreover, they were all broken bones. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years they had been dead. It seemed like they were not the only ones who had gotten the idea of the heaven-reaching tower. There should be many people who had come here in the past to explore its secrets. However, they had all died here. Their hair stood on end. What had killed them? Was it the death puppets or the death mist? Seeing that many people were retreating in fear, Yu Biehe sneered. "Humph, a bunch of trash. What are you afraid of?" The heaven-reaching tower was not in the azure tree star.
It was in the death mist.
Perhaps it was at that time that people were killed. Now that it was in the azure tree star, it had been cleansed by the strong vitality for many years. Even if it was dangerous, it would not be too dangerous. If you are afraid of death, you can get lost. As soon as these words came out, many people's faces changed. Some of them were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. Motherfucker. He dared to look down on them. However, no one dared to make a move because Yubia himself was very strong. Moreover, he had brought many experts of the Rain Clan. In his hand, he had the decree of the Rain Clan. It was unwise to become enemies with such a person. Seeing that the surrounding people did not dare to make a move, Yubia sneered with disdain. However, in the next moment his face changed. Courting death. With a roar, he threw out a palm. A terrifying palm of law was thrown behind him. At the same time, he roared crazily. Damn it, who dared to sneak attack me? In truth, Yubia was mad. Someone dared to sneak attack him. That person was courting death. The others felt their scalps go numb.
Who was it?
Did that person want to die? With a boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. A black shadow was thrown back. Everyone looked carefully. They wanted to see who was so daring. In the next moment, they were stunned. They realized that the one who sneak-attacked Yubia was not a person but a fish. It was indeed a fish, and it was only 2 meters long. Its entire body was covered in white scales, and there were terrifying runes on them. Its long fangs were exposed. Its eyes were scarlet and emitted a demonic aura. It was this fish that had sneak-attacked Yubia. Yubia's face sank. He was actually sneak-attacked by a fish. How shameful. Go to hell. He threw out a palm that contained the terrifying law of water. That strange fish actually shuttled through the law of water and rushed toward Yubia. What the fuck? What kind of fish was that? It could actually contend against the law of water. The surrounding people were dumbstruck. Yubia was very strong. His attack was not something a saint of the 4 heavens could withstand. However, the other party could still shuttle through the law of water. That strange fish was too terrifying. Chapter 30, 601. Courting Death. Yubia roared. His opponent was actually not afraid of his water law. But did he really think that he only had one law? Yubia opened his mouth and spat out a cyan light blade. This was the law of wind. The strange fish was sent flying. Its body swayed and rolled in the air. But what made everyone shocked was that the strange fish was not injured at all. Even Yubia himself was stunned. His law of wind could definitely cut a 4th heavenly layer sage in half. One must know that he was a 5th heavenly layer sage. But now he was actually unable to do anything to a fish. This was too strange, too strange. Behind him, Lin Xian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What kind of fish was this? How could its physique be so terrifying? Why do I feel that those unparalleled physiques are not comparable to this strange fish? Kid, don't lament here. Quickly leave. He Shan hurriedly transmitted his voice. What's wrong? Lin Xian was startled. He Shan said that there were many of those strange fish in the Milky Way above them. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face instantly turned green. One strange fish was able to contend against Yubia. If there were thousands of them, wouldn't they be eaten? Now Lin Xian finally knew why there were so many bones in the Milky Way. They were all eaten by the strange fish. Thinking of this, he turned around and ran. Everyone was still shocked by the strength of the strange fish. But suddenly, they saw a figure pass by them. With the eyesight of these sages, they could naturally see that it was a 1st heavenly layer sage. Fuck, whose family's junior is actually running around here. Many people were dissatisfied. Ignorant fool. Isn't it just a strange fish? Does he really think that he can contend against our elder Bieha? The Rain Clan's people were even more ridiculing. However, Lin Xian did not care about these people. He was running towards the depths of the Milky Way. Everyone was still ridiculing Lin Xian for being a coward. But in the next moment, they were all stunned. because they saw countless strange fish rushing out from the Milky Way above them. They were densely packed. Fuck, what's going on? Why are there so many fish? Fuck, hurry up and run. At this moment, everyone's face turned green as they frantically ran away. Those who were ridiculing them before were so scared that they pissed their pants. How did that kid know in advance? They did not perceive anything here. How did he know? Damn it. It turned out that they weren't running for their lives because they were afraid of a strange fish, but because they were afraid of this school of fish.
Run.
At this moment, these sages were no longer calm. They were frantically running away. The Rain Clan's people also wanted to escape, but they were a bit too slow and were attacked by the school of fish. Immediately, several Rain Clan's experts were scattered by the school of fish. The Rain Clan's experts were infuriated. They immediately counterattacked, but there were too many fish. Furthermore, these strange fish truly didn't fear any law attacks. Thus, in an instant, the school of fish surrounded the Rain Clan's experts and began to bite them.
Ass.
Ubieha wanted to be brave and save his clansmen. But in an instant, he was surrounded by hundreds of strange fish. His face turned green. He broke through the void and used the Jade Decree to escape. He no longer cared about his clansmen. Everyone was running. The sages, and even D. Mausoleum began to fly away. At the same time, they were even more shocked. Which family did that first celestial layer kid belong to? He did not even inform them, making them suffer such heavy losses. They were furious. Lin Xian ran the fastest. He was the first to leave, so he was very safe. Only when he left the Milky Way did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fuck, I wonder what happened to that guy behind me? Very soon, he heard miserable cries from afar, which made his scalp tingle. This group of people dared to look down on him after coming in. They really didn't know what was good for them. Now they know the consequences of looking down on him. There was another scene at the end of the Milky Way. When Lin Xian arrived, he was stunned. He found that there was another heaven-reaching tower here. It was just a lot smaller. Although it was smaller, it was very similar to the heaven-reaching tower outside. Even the patterns on it were exactly the same. Could it be that the secret was in this small heaven-reaching tower? Lin Xian's eyes flickered.
Buzz.
He suddenly turned his head and found that the people behind him had all arrived. Fuck, they were so fast. As expected of a sages, Lin Xian was shocked. He did not even have time to leave before he was targeted by many people. Kid, you dared to trick us. Damn it, why didn't you warn me? Powerful auras appeared, making Lin Xian feel pressured. He quickly activated his great dragon sword spirit to resist the pressure. At the same time, he was thinking about what to do. Ubieha walked up and said in a sharp voice, "Which clan's junior is this? Come out and tell me, or I'll kill him."
Fuck.
Lin Xian was instantly enraged. The Rain Clan's people were really despicable. He did not know Ubieha, but the other party threatened to kill him. He snorted coldly. "Kill me? I'm afraid your Rain Clan doesn't have the guts to do so." Everyone was stunned when they heard his words.
Who is this young man?
Such a big tone. He did not even put the Rain Clan in his eyes.
Who are you?
Ubieha's face sank. Being threatened by a young man in public made him lose face. You don't deserve to know who I am. But if you want to know by force, you can try to touch a single hair of mine. I can guarantee that you will regret being born in this world. Lin Xian's face was full of arrogance. His hands were clasped behind his back. His expression was even more arrogant than Di Ling. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that this kid really had a shocking origin? The Rain Clan's people gritted their teeth. Ubieha's face was even darker. To be honest, he really wanted to kill this arrogant kid with a slap. But at this time, someone exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" They turned around and found that there was an ancient tower in front of them. Wow. Why is there an ancient tower here? Damn it, there's an ancient tower inside this ancient tower. What's going on? Could it be that the secret is inside this ancient tower? Even Ubieha temporarily gave up on Lin Xian. He turned around and stared at the ancient tower. His eyes were burning with passion. He knew that this should be the place where the treasure was buried. At this time, the small ancient tower in front of them suddenly emitted light. Something flew out. It looked like a deer's horn, but it also looked like a dragon's horn. It was dark green in color. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Seeing this thing, many people were puzzled. However, a few minor saints screamed. Chapter 36:02. That's the Qilin horn. Oh my god, could there be a Qilin buried here? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. An ancient Qilin had died here. Everyone went crazy. The eyes of those minor saints turned red. The experts of the Rain clan laughed out loud, thinking that their opportunity had arrived. Even Dealing was extremely excited. Qilin was a legendary, divine beast. It was an existence that was on par with dragons. Moreover, in the myriad worlds, the Qilin clan was an emperor clan. Their ancestors had once produced a great emperor. Not only that, the bloodline of the Qilin clan was extremely heaven-defying. The expert of a Qilin clan who is buried here must have reached an unimaginable level. After his death, his body was full of treasures. Just the Qilin horn alone had heaven-defying effects. If they could obtain it and use it as a catalyst, they would be able to concoct countless divine pills and medicines. At that time, not only would they benefit, but their clans and sects would also benefit greatly. Moreover, they were afraid that there was more than just the Qilin horn here. If they could obtain the corpse of an ancient Qilin expert, it would be even more valuable. If they could obtain the bloodline of the Qilin and obtain the inheritance, they would soar to the sky. How could these people not be excited? Looking at those minor saints whose eyes were red, Lin Xian quickly retreated. He knew that these people would go crazy soon. However, he had to admit that these people were all old monsters. Compared to those young geniuses, they were much calmer. Although the Qilin horn was right in front of them, none of them acted rashly. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Then he sneered. "Since you guys are not moving, I'll give you guys a hand." Thinking of this, he secretly circulated the Tai Chi art and mobilized the power of the death mist. In the sky, the death mist dropped down and swept towards the Qilin horn. This scene was so sudden that everyone was stunned. But soon, they regained their senses. "Damn it, how dare you!" With a roar, a minor saint pulled out a blade of law and slashed the death mist apart. His action didn't matter. The other minor saints also took action one after another. In an instant, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line for the Qilin horn. The Qilin horn floated up and down in front of the heaven-reaching tower. Its body emitted mysterious runes that blocked all attacks. At the same time, a low and terrifying roar came from the small ancient building.
Boom, boom.
The surrounding void continued to shatter. Everyone retreated in fright. At the same time, the death mist above began to spread out. There were even more strange fish and undead puppets that charged out from the Silver River. For a moment, the sky, the earth, and all directions were filled with fatal danger.
Kill.
Furious roars rang out, and the magical laws of heaven and earth exploded as the little saints began to fight. Lin Xian quickly retreated to the back, silently watching the battle. He was prepared to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, a figure suddenly tore open the void behind him, and a hand reached out. Not good. Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. Abruptly, he used his movement technique and quickly dodged. He managed to avoid the most fatal attack, but the force of the magical laws still hit him, sending him flying. In the next moment, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, and many cracks appeared on his body. Damn it, such a powerful attack. Who is it? Lin Xian was shocked. He turned his head and found out that the one who attacked him was Yu Bieha. Damn it, it's a fifth heavenly layer saint. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. No wonder the other party was so strong. He was injured just by raising his hand. Damn old man. How could he be so despicable? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the other party to attack him despite his high status. His face was gloomy. So, what if the other party was strong? He would use the last bit of his sky flame to kill the other party. Hee, how despicable and shameless. Lin Xian sneered. Yu Bieha narrowed his eyes. Interesting, you're not dead. No wonder you dare to come here. Don't think that you can show off in front of me because of your family background. You're just an ant. You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me.
So, you can die now.
If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the family behind me will kill you? Not to mention you. Even the Rain clan will be exterminated. Lin Xian threatened. Yu Bieha sneered. Hee, if you die, who will know that I killed you? It's so chaotic now. You might die in the hands of others, or you might die in the hands of demonic beasts. You might even die in the fog of death. But no matter what, you won't die in my hands. So, what right does your family have to attack me? Damn it, he's really an old fox. He's really comprehensive. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He was ready to attack. However, Yu Bieha was faster. Kid, you'll die in the fog of death. When you turn into a pile of bones, even ghosts won't know that you were here. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm of light slapped out, bringing with it a powerful storm. It grabbed Lin Xian and the space he was in and threw them into the fog of death. This scene happened very quickly. Furthermore, the surrounding experts were unable to react in time. So, no one cared about the life and death of a first heavenly layer ant. Yu Bieha sneered after doing all this. Those who were arrogant in front of him would die, without a doubt. There was no difference between him and an ant. In the fog of death, Lin Xian's face was incomparably strange. If Yu Bieha killed him directly, he would be in great danger. If he was thrown into a group of demonic beasts, he would most likely die. However, Yu Bieha threw him into the fog of death. In this way, he wouldn't be in any danger. After absorbing the energy of the fog of death and circulating the Tai Chi art, Lin Xian's injuries were healed. Damn it, this old man. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He wouldn't let Yu Bieha go. However, he also knew that Yu Bieha was a fifth heavenly layer expert. Moreover, he had a powerful decree in his hand that could contend against a minor saint. It was a very unwise choice for him to confront Yu Bieha directly. Moreover, it was so dangerous outside. If he went out, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. At that time, more than one person would have their eyes on him. Perhaps they would capture him and search his soul. Therefore, he decided to stay in the fog of death and observe the situation. The battle outside was very intense. After Yu Bieha threw Lin Xian into the fog of death, he activated the decree and attacked the small tower. He wanted to snatch the Qilin horn. Buzz. At this moment, a strange fish silently rushed over and directly sent Yu Bieha flying. The remaining hundreds of fish also rushed over to attack. Yu Bieha quickly pulled away and launched a long-range attack, using the law to attack. On the other side, the saints were also engaged in a great battle. Among them, the most dazzling ones were a few minor saints. There was one more person, Di Ling. Chapter 3603. Di Ling was young, and his cultivation base was only at the late 4th heavenly layer. Compared to Yu Bieha, his cultivation base was slightly lower. However, when he attacked, it was indeed very powerful. A blue rune appeared on his body, providing him with a tremendous amount of energy. Everyone had seen this pattern before. It was the pattern on the green coffin. In other words, Di Ling wasn't using his own energy. It was the energy of the green coffin in his body. That was why he could display the strength of a minor saint. Buzz. Yu Bieha let out a long whistle. "See, do you still want to fight separately? Do you really want to die here?" Hearing this, the surrounding saints' faces turned ugly. In such a short time, some of them were seriously injured, and some of them had their saint fates absorbed by the death aura. This made their faces turn ugly. "What do you want?" a saint roared. Yubyeha said, "It's simple. Let's join hands and destroy everything. Otherwise, we'll all die if we fight separately. Not to mention the treasure. All right, let's join hands."
Di Ling was the same.
Although he had the power of the mysterious coffin, he was still in a dangerous situation. There were forces that could threaten him in all directions. Therefore, he wanted to join hands. It would be much more convenient to get the Qilin horn after defeating the strange fish and dispelling the death aura. Seeing that everyone agreed, Yubyeha's lips curled into a smile.
Great.
"Kid, what are you going to do?" "They want to join hands." Inside the death aura, Guishan asked. "I've already thought of a way. Naturally, I won't let them succeed so easily. Especially that Yubyeha, I won't let him go." Lin Xian finished speaking, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. He began to circulate the Tai Chi art with all his strength. The Tai Chi art rotated, and the death aura in the surroundings was completely mobilized. Lin Xian also felt that the death aura could be controlled by him at will. He tried and found that it was indeed so. This made him wild with joy. In the next moment, the endless death aura shrouded him, making him unrecognizable. His figure changed, and he rushed out with boundless death aura. Outside, under Yubyeha's suggestion, the saints began to join hands. Sure enough, their attacking efficiency increased greatly. Very few of them were injured. This made them go wild with joy. If they put in a little more effort, they would probably succeed. But at this moment, the death mist above his head trembled violently, and a figure walked out. How is this possible? Those people were shocked. Even the eyelids of those minor saints were twitching. Was there someone who could enter the mist of death? It was too inconceivable. Even they didn't dare to do it. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying existence here? Thinking of this, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Yubyeha's heart was beating wildly. He had just thrown a brat inside. Could it be that the brat came out alive? This was impossible. How could a person in the first celestial layer come out alive? There must be something else. He looked carefully. At the next moment, he saw a black shadow. A human figure was wrapped in an endless aura of death. Like the Grim Reaper, he floated in the air and looked at them coldly. Who was this person? Everyone was frightened by the other party's aura. "I'm the guardian of this place, and I don't allow anyone to disturb me. How dare you come in without permission? Now I'll give you a chance to live."
Get lost.
The person who was wrapped in the black mist was naturally Lin Xian. However, his aura was too terrifying. So much so that no one could recognize him. The guardian of this place. Everyone was shocked. Was there a guardian in the heaven-reaching tower? But how could they be willing to leave just like that? The Qilin horn was right here. If they could get it, they would be able to obtain a great fortune. Moreover, who knew if there were other treasures in the ancient tower? The heavenly treasure was right in front of them. These people wouldn't leave just like that. What guardian? Let's go together and kill him, Yubyeha said coldly. The others also echoed his words.
These people started to attack.
Lin Xian dodged quickly. At the same time, he mobilized the death mist. Like a waterfall of death, it poured down from the sky. It scattered these people. Those people were also constantly dodging the death fog. Among them, Yubyeha said loudly, "Don't be afraid. He doesn't dare to face our attack head-on. It means that he's just SOSO." "That's right." Di Ling also shouted coldly. "So what if he's a guardian? I'll kill him all the same. No one can block my path." He was incomparably domineering. After hearing his words, the others regained their confidence. They quickly attacked. In an instant, the battle became even more terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. He naturally knew that he couldn't fight so many minor saints at the same time with his strength. He didn't plan to do so. What he wanted to do was to prevent these people from forming an alliance and let them fight on their own. This way, he would have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Sure enough, under the interference of the death mist, these people no longer cared about forming an alliance. They began to approach the Qilin horn, wanting to fight for it. Get lost. Yubieha turned into a light blade and sent the surrounding minor saints flying. He shouted coldly, "You still want to fight for this thing? Do you have the life to do so? Didn't you say that you want to form an alliance?" Those people roared crazily. Yubieha sneered, "This strange fish has been chased away. You still want to form an alliance? Are you out of your mind?" After saying that, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed forward. Asterisk boom. Asterisk his hand was split apart. Di Ling descended from the sky with a green spear in his hand. The chi on it was exactly the same as the ancient bronze coffin. "Damn it! How dare you stop me?" Yubieha roared. Di Ling sneered. "Why? Are you out of your mind too? Why can't I come? With your Rain clan, you don't have the qualification to fight for this treasure in front of me. Let me see what makes you so arrogant." Yubieha and Di Ling began to fight. The other minor saints wanted to seize this opportunity to break out. However, they were all restrained by their respective opponents. For a moment, the chaotic battle broke out. No one could break out of the encirclement. It was really a chaotic scene. Lin Xian stood high above, stepping on the death mist, looking at the scene coldly.
Great.
The alliance that had just been formed was disrupted by him again. His gaze swept past those minor saints, then stared at Yubieha and Di Ling. At this moment, Yubieha was very strong. The decree was obviously very powerful, much stronger than the one in his hand. It was like a sky full of light rain, attacking unceasingly. Di Ling was originally weaker than him. At this moment, although he had borrowed the power of the coffin in his body, he was still not his opponent. He was blasted away by the decree, his face pale. Yubieha looked up to the sky and laughed. "What peerless genius! You're nothing in front of me. You'll have to train for another 1,000 years if you want to fight with me." Chapter 3604. Humph. Yubieha, don't be arrogant. I will show you my trump card. Di Ling shouted angrily, opening his mouth to spit out the cyan coffin. The moment the coffin came out, it emitted a terrifying aura that shattered the surrounding space. Yubieha felt his blood run cold. Ka ka ka. The coffin opened a crack and made an uncomfortable sound. However, nothing came out. In the next moment, Di Ling controlled the cyan coffin and attacked. It was rare to see someone using a coffin as a weapon. Yubieha had no choice but to fight with all his strength. At this moment, the decree on Yubieha's body turned into a rain of light and surrounded him. At the same time, he released a sky full of laws and bombarded the coffin. On Di Ling's side, a hand came out of the coffin. The hand that looked like a withered corpse broke the sky full of laws and grabbed at Yubieha's throat. Not good. Yubieha was scared out of his wits. He quickly blocked the decree in front of him. On the decree, the ancient Tao scripture word bloomed with light and blasted the hand away. At the same time, Yubieha opened up the distance. Damn it, there is something. The others were fighting while looking at the situation. When they saw a hand coming out of the cyan coffin, they felt like they were facing a great enemy. There was indeed a corpse buried in the coffin.
Whoosh.
At this moment, another light flashed and a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard suddenly came out. He arrived near the Qilin horn and was about to take the thing. Courting death. Di Ling roared. He slammed his palm forward, and the cyan coffin flew forward. Suddenly, the skeletal hand clawed at the middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. This middle-aged man was the one who suspected Lin Xian. He was very strong, and it was said that he might be the clone of a saint. It could be said that he was abnormally terrifying. However, the person hidden in the cyan coffin was not simple either. Therefore, when the two collided, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy and laws swept out in all directions. The two collided, and there was no chance to snatch more. This is great. Vieja laughed loudly. This was an opportunity, and he quickly rushed over. The mausoleum was also moving quickly. This was also an opportunity for him. Both of them were extremely fast. It was just a matter of who was faster and could snatch the Qilin horn. Humph! He coldly shouted. The Rain Clan's decree rushed towards the mausoleum and blocked the path. The mausoleum crazily roared, but it couldn't be broken in a short time. Vieja was about to get the Qilin horn. However, at this time, countless black fog appeared around the Qilin horn and quickly spread out. Death mist. He screamed and quickly retreated. Damn it, who is it?
Who dares to stop me?
He screamed wildly. In the next moment, he saw the figure that was shrouded in black mist like the Grim Reaper appear in front of him again. He blocked his way. Damn it, you dare to stop me? Vieja roared madly. How could he not be angry when such an excellent opportunity was destroyed by the other party? This person was naturally Lin Xian. He sneered. Why wouldn't he dare? Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Vieja called back the decree and crazily attacked. The surrounding death mist was extremely terrifying. Even if the other party had the decree, he couldn't break it in a short time. At this time, the mausoleum was no longer blocked. He rushed to the Qilin horn and quickly attacked the seal on it. He wanted to snatch the Qilin horn completely. This scene caused countless people to become nervous. Vieja screamed. Why didn't you stop him? He was really crazy. In his opinion, shouldn't the guardian in front of him kill Di Ling at this time? Why did you stop him? Lin Xian said indifferently. Why did I stop him? I stopped you because I don't like you. Why? I can't stop you. Hearing this, Vieja was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What kind of reason was this? Could it be that he stopped him just because he didn't like him and didn't care about others? Wasn't the other party a guardian? Why did he have to go against him? Then he realized that he was wrong. Not only did the other party go against him, he also went against the Rain Clan. Apart from stopping him, the other party also controlled the death mist to attack the surrounding experts of the Rain Clan. Soon, two of the Rain Clan's experts had withered arms and another person's had turned white. Obviously, they were all deprived of their vitality. Damn it! Vieja screamed crazily. He couldn't understand when he had provoked the other party. Lin Xian sneered and didn't reply. Just based on the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let him have a good time. On the other side, Di Ling was overjoyed. This was great. This Vieja was so unlucky to be targeted by the guardian. Now was his chance. The long spear in his hand finally cracked the seal. Then he reached out his hand to grab the Qilin horn. Not good. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Their faces were ferocious. Especially Vieja. Was the Qilin horn going to be taken by Di Ling?
Buzz.
However, at this moment, Di Ling's hand stopped. Because, above the Qilin horn, there was a black mist that formed a barrier. It completely enveloped the Qilin horn. That black mist was the death mist. The strong death qi made him feel a fatal threat. His body stiffened. He turned his head and stared at the guardian. You dare to stop me?
Just a little bit more.
Just a second more, and he would have gotten it. However, that 1 second was like the distance between heaven and earth. He couldn't get it at all. He couldn't accept such a huge gap. Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think that I'll let you get the Qilin horn if I'm only targeting the Rain Clan? You're too naive. The scene at this moment was very strange. Those experts and minor saints were all restrained. The two people who had the highest chance of getting the Qilin horn, Vieja and Di Ling, were blocked by the same person. It was really hard to believe. Damn it! Damn it! Di Ling retreated and roared crazily. He summoned the green coffin to his side again. Yu Bieha, who was beside him, also roared. Damn it! Let's join hands and get rid of him. Otherwise, no one will get it. Indeed, they found out that this guardian was very strange. He seemed to be able to control the death mist, which was a fatal threat to them. Countless eyes fell on Lin Xian, making Lin Xian feel pressured. However, he sneered and didn't care. If he was in another place, he would have died if he was targeted by so many minor saints. But here, he was not afraid at all. Even if he couldn't defeat these people, he could just hide in the death mist. Who would dare to catch him? You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.